How bad can it be? A great question that hopefully I'll be able to answer by the end of the stream. Hopefully, we'll see. But, hi Josh. Can I call you Oni? Or maybe I'll call you Cosmo. Hi Cosmo. Hi Maddie. Hi Spyro. Hi Sam. Hi Rev. Hi Luna. Hi Blaze. I have a couple ideas, but this idea isn't fully fleshed out. But I have a couple ideas on what I want to do this stream. So, let us... I'm like coming back from the brink of death. I don't know why. I'm like... I just woke up this morning and I was like, Dude, the Somnium stream took a lot out of me. I was so drained. Guys. The voice actor for Date pulled up to the stream and they're like, hey, thanks for playing the Somnium games. And I'm like, thanks for being the voice actor for like the best character in the Somnium games. It was actually so cool. And I'm like, when you think about it, it really isn't like, as a voice actor, you can just spread joy like for free. Like, that's actually a cheat code. Hold on, I gotta clear my throat. But yeah, I'm like, you can really just pull up to the stream and say, hi, thanks for playing the game that I'm in, and farm like serotonin, and that's kind of based. Like, if I was a voice actor, that would be something that I would want to do. It is Greg Chun, or is it Chun? I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, but it's one of the two. But yeah, they're really cool. It made my whole night, really. I can't spoil what happened in Somnium Files, but yeah, it was really cool. Very cool indeed. I was messing around with, I guess I could show you guys. Is it ready? I don't remember. I'm working on a new overlay for Kahoot. The only thing is, I'm like, it's a little dreary, you know? Like, it's kind of sad here. It's much less colorful than like this. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's kind of a depressing change of pace, you know? I'm like, is it really an upgrade? I don't think so. The other one was Booger Core. Okay, can I show? Hold on, do I have it? Is this not Booger Core? Am I wrong? I feel pretty confident that this is Booger Core. See, Blaze gets me. It is giving mucus. It's giving boogers. It's giving snot. So I'm like, all right, we'll go to the purple zone. Although there is like a more blue version, but IDK. I really don't know if we could even top the original, you know? Because, like, I don't know, the moniker room is so good. Hi, Bluebell. I got two iPads for you. You can either have Fortnite or you can have Markiplier. Those are your options. I see. Markiplier bite of 87 wins. Was that the bite of 87? But yeah. That was what I was working on last night. I might still mess around with it, but I don't know if conclusively I'll have a background that I like more than this one, you know? It's kind of iconic. As much as I would like a new one, just because, like, you know, it's like new year, new season of Cahoots. Like, could be a cool idea, but at the same time, this makes it seem so much more bleak and depressing. So, yeah, I'm like, I kind of like the God rays from the window. I feel like I'm gonna end up having to take multiple T runs to be good. Sad ones for evil Kahoot. Maybe that's a good idea. If I think the Kahoot is gonna be hard, then we go to like the room with no windows and all the depression, like the detention room. You walk into this classroom and you know that it's gonna be bad. I could put posters on the wall. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be hard for me to change it. But here's a tier list. Tier list time. Bad Apple sang by Franklin defending his house. That sounds like an ambitious undertaking. Ryota Mitra, I unfortunately euthanized him because I didn't really. Although I guess like maybe we'll use these guys. I'm like, I don't not remember the DR3 characters, but I'm like, I don't really know canon. I think this is Sato, Yusuke, Ryoko, Killer Guy, not sure who you are, Jin Kirigiri. So I'm like, maybe I'll just stick to like the main games rather than the animes. The cover is not going well right now. Dude, that's some real ass shit. I've been in that boat many times. We gotta get smarter. We're now smarter. Character most likely to resort to alcoholism is probably that means Kaiji Toa is probably, you know, we could start with that. That's a good starting point. I think Kaiji Toa is S tier for that. Nekomaru, I think, is low on this list. I don't think he would ever. Okie dokie, see you later, Luna. Thanks for hanging out. Alcoholism. Korekio is probably less on the scale. He'd be like, I'm studying I'm studying the trends of college frat bros. Kurokuma I could see for sure. Monophony, B tier. Leon, S tier for sure. Ishimaru, F tier. Gundam, C tier. I think he would indulge a little bit, but he seems pretty straight edge. You, whose name eludes me right now. You are... My brain is in a fog right now. You are... You're not Hiyoko. You're Himiko, yes. Himiko would be like, nah, this is gross. Celeste pretty, I think Celeste S tier. Sakura, a low tier. Tsumugi, A tier. Kaito, S tier. Aoi, B tier. I think, you know, she would indulge a little bit, but I think she's... No, I would actually put her on the lower side. Did I care enough to rate Chihiro's dad? Maybe sometimes. Kyoko, super straight edge. Hiyoko, pretty straight edge. Toko Fukawa. Maybe sometimes. Genocide Jill is her alter ego when the drinks start pouring. But normal Toko Fukawa, where are you? Sometimes. Yeah, I do know that Tsumugi does have like bartender experience. You know, I should probably set up a text that says what the theme of this tier list is. Let's get a fun little font. That's a L. Okay, I just had to make sure I was spelling it right. And then we can make this smaller. Are there layer styles I can add to this? Can I do a stroke? No. Okay, that's fine. Hi, Violet. How are you? Rantaro. Rantaro kind of gives me like party animal vibes. I would say he's pretty high up. Kurumi. Not completely against it, I feel, but pretty against it. I think all of the Warriors of Hope are probably the lowest tier possible. Who the heck are you? Get in the I don't know who you are tier. Warriors of Hope, where art thou? You. I'm missing one. The pink one. There you are. Oh, Ryoma is S tier for sure. Miyu is A tier for sure. Kokichi is B tier. Junko is A tier. Peko is I think D tier, but Fuyuhiko is C tier. Kibo is probably D tier. Chiaki is probably D tier. Gonta is probably D tier. Kaede is maybe B tier. I think she's somewhere in the middle. Same with Akane. Maki is probably D tier. Makoto, he's pretty. He gives me straight edge vibes. So does Tenko. Saika maybe B tier. Ibuki C tier. Impasta B tier. Shuichi. I could kind of see like A tier. If things went different for Shuichi, then it could have. Right? Alter ego? D tier. Chihiro also D tier. Byakuya. I can see a timeline where Byakuya is an alcoholic. Mikan. C tier, Angie, B tier. Izuru Kamakura, D tier, unfortunately. Mukuro, she's pretty serious. I'll give her D tier. Teru Teru, S tier. Mondo, S tier. Yasuhiro, S tier. Nagito, B tier. Hiyoko, Hagakuri's mom, S tier. Komaru, C tier. Yuta Asahina. I don't know what this guy is like at all. C tier. Mahiru, probably D tier. Kazuichi, B tier. Sonya, C tier. Hajime, A tier. Hifumi, B tier. And then Monokuma's, does it even matter? Oh, you're so true. He is. You're so right. Honestly, I know Monodam is a robot, but A tier for him. Shirokuma, B tier. Monosuke, A tier. Monotaro, C tier. Monokuma, C tier. Monomi. Did I rate Usami? I don't think so. B tier. Alright. I did put Kurokuma up in the S tier immediately. But what about Nanokuma? With the Nanokumas. Izuru is a C tier. I feel like he would get bored of it really quick, but maybe he would try it. Obama tier list. Tier list based on how likely each character voted for Obama. Group's music video called Stray Kids had the best League of Legends player in their music video. Oh, that must have been Faker then. All of them in F tier. I think Jotaro voted for Obama, for sure. And Taichi Fujisaki voted for Obama. I don't know how he did it, but he did it. Okay, I have a couple tier lists in my back pocket. So let's pull them out. Okay. Group project tier list. This is the tier list of who would you want on your group project. Who is gonna do work? Who is gonna be the slacker? Shout out to the people on YouTube that make 1 hour of blank type music. People who make like YouTube albums like that are goated. I have 1 hour of Somnium Files music. Alright. So S tier is will put in work. Should we like go through and quantify these more literally? 1 hour of tortured screams. Alright, let me just make a tier below and put the characters that I don't really know in there when we get there. Like you don't know who you are. Okay, Monophony. Do I think Monophony? I think she's just an average average group project contributor. Nekomaru, I think, is actually, I mean, he's the ultimate team manager, right? So he's gotta be up here. Although, I think I would put him at A, because I don't think he would put in a ton of work on... Nah, I'm gonna put him in S. I don't know how much work he'll do specifically. Like, he won't solo carry the whole project, but he'll be the one to, like, try and get everybody organized. That's what I believe. Celeste, actual F tier. D tier doesn't have the same sauce to it, so I'm gonna rearrange and I'm gonna obliterate the B tier. I think a tier list should have 5 tiers. It should have an odd number of tiers so that you have a middle point. And I think F tier is too iconic. Like, D tier doesn't hit as hard as F tier. So I think, unfortunately, the tier that has to go is B tier. Celeste is the absolute deadbeat. Kaito is mostly no, let's be real with ourselves. Kaito is doing absolute fuck all on the group project. He's doing nothing. He didn't even open up the document. But he'll keep saying, "Yeah, no, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. Don't worry." Aoi, I think Aoi would contribute a fair amount. I don't need to rank Jin. I mean, I could. I mean, I think Jin would probably solo the whole project off of vibes. Ishimaru, absolute solos the whole project. He'll do the whole thing by himself, and he'll be pissed about it. Jin is the teacher. Himiko, dead weight, complete dead weight on the group project. Tsumugi, Tsumugi's just kind of like average. I think Tsumugi would do what she has to, and that's it. I also think Gundam is also probably an average group project contributor. I think Sakura is above average. I think Sakura puts in a lot of effort, presumably into everything that she does. I don't really know anything about Taichi Fujisaki, TBH. Kyoko, I don't know if I would put her S. Is she just A tier? Like, I guess it really depends on what that group project is. But I'm thinking maybe no, she solos like all of the class trials, so I think Kyoko has to be S tier. If it's about parental figures, then nah. Yeah, parental figures, like, is down here. If it's trying to get a good healthy score on, like, you know when you go to the doctors and they make you fill out that paper where it's like, do you smoke cigarettes? And you put no. And they're like, are you sexually active? And I say no. Do you whatever? Like a mental wellness check. Kyoko wouldn't pass that. Hiyoko, do I think Hiyoko does nothing on the group project? I feel like she at least contributes very little. But I don't think she's as worthless as those three. Genocide Jack or Jill. she would just go into she would open up like the Google Doc and she would just go, she would just do that the whole time on the Google Doc. Just absolute hazard to the group project. Rantaro, he kind of gives me slacker vibes, I can't lie. That's just the energy that I get. Kurokuma. I don't think he's like the worst, but I think he's a bit of a slacker. Kurumi would probably do the entire project by herself. Masaru Diamond probably doing fuck all on the project, to be honest. Junko, I don't know. How good of a student do I think Junko Enoshima is? I mean, she's like the ultimate analyst, but I would probably rate her about average. She would probably just try and hijack it for like her despair, her evil fuck ass plot. Peko Yama, I think she would put in a very solid work. Akane, I think she would put in work. You know, she would try. She would open it up one day and be like, fuck this. I mean, Alter Ego would solo the entire project. Maki, I think she would just do what she has to do and then dip. You know, she would do the bare minimum and then leave. Monica is sabotaging the whole project. No, she's not like as much of a... I could see her doing a little bit more. Chihiro, S tier as we know. Do I think Makoto is S tier on the group project? I think it's at least A tier for sure. Alter Ego is basically ChatGPT. Like, do I think Makoto is as driven as all the characters on S tier? I think, you know, he's got a lot of heart. I think he puts in a well above average effort on the group project. Byakuya, I mean, I think Byakuya is kind of same boat as Maki. He's like, actually, I think the work that he'll put in will be really good and you're most likely gonna get a good grade. But like, he's just getting in and getting out. He's very uncooperative. You try and ask this man to do anything and he's not doing anything extra other than what was requested of him. Okie dokie, good night, Sam. Monokuma. Monokuma on the group project. It's over. It's over for us. Izuru on the group project is an S tier. He's kind of like Byakuya, but even more infallible. Mikan on the group project. I mean, honestly, I think she's gonna be fine. She might even be better on the group project because she's not like freaking out in person. I didn't say bye to a million stars. They're gone, and I didn't even get to say goodbye. No. Oh, hi. We're doing tier lists. Monomi on the group project. I don't think she would put in like a ton of work, but she would at least try and like rally the troops. Be like, come on guys, we got this. Izuru can do it but would refuse. Yeah, I guess for that reason, maybe I'll put him in A tier just for being like uncooperative. Like he's higher quality, knows everything, superhuman, but even more uncooperative than this guy. Actually, they're probably about the same levels of uncooperative. Chisa. Am I gonna rank all the V3 guys? Sure, why not? I won't think about it too hard. I mean, Chisa is probably... Oh god, I don't actually know him like that. This is like... I mean, she's probably S tier. This is... something Dazai, I think? He's the farmer guy. She's a teacher, why would you do your homework? Well, I mean, she had to do homework at some point, you know? This fella is probably an A tier, and so is he. Juzo, however, is fucking F tier. Tengen is probably A tier. This guy is probably D tier. This guy is probably S tier, because he's like the fucking student council president. Gekohara is probably, yeah, S tier. Fuihiko's sister is probably D tier. Ruruka is probably C tier. Ryota, just because like he's so unreliable, and for that reason he's D tier. I don't really know Sato like that. Seiko is probably C tier. This guy is probably C tier. Jataro is probably D tier. Yeah, I feel like Ruruka would want to be on the same project as her BF. I think Seiko would be like real anxious about everything. But I think she would do fine. Leon F tier on the group project. Miyu. Honestly, Miyu can hang on the group project. Kokichi was like, Miyu, can you build me these electronics? And then she fucking did it. Like, that's kind of beast mode. On the last day, oh, you're so right. That is totally how Miyu would do it. Mukuro on the group project. I don't know how book smart she is. This is some Leon slander. How book smart do I think Mukuro is? I think she's probably just like average book smart. TBH. Yeah, I think she would try. Angie on the group project. It really depends how much you value vibes. I think Angie is mainly just a vibe dealer. I don't think she would be a complete deadweight to the team, but I do think she would throw everybody off. Kokichi Super F. Atua would guide her through it. I think if it's like, okay, we gotta do a group presentation, you'd be like, oh, I can tell exactly which one Angie's slides are. But I think it would go fine. But she also might try and like backseat everybody else's. Kokichi F tier, I agree with that. Korekio, I mean Korekio knows shit. I think he would be fine on the group project. I would give him like an A or a C. Monodam on the group project. I don't really want him on my group project. I'll put Monodam in like D tier. Mono Kid in F tier. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Angie's just backseating like all the other slides. Monodam harbors like malice. I think Monosuke is probably good on the group project. He's a little smart fella. And then Monotaro is like the most average one. I actually liked Monosuke a little bit. But most of the Monocubs did suck. Ryoma on the group project. I mean, I'm just kind of getting bad vibes. Like, do I think Ryoma would put in a solid effort if he knows that other people are relying on him? Maybe. But the fact that it's a maybe leads me to believe that he's probably a little below average in terms of being a reliable group partner. I'm like, is Chiaki like C tier? I think she's kind of like a leader figure, like how Nekomaru is framed in this tier list. Like that's how she's portrayed in the series for the most part. But yeah, I don't know how much she'll really help on the group project. Going to F or D, sorry buddy. No, that's so real. It's like, I hate to do it to you, but unfortunately, I don't really trust Gonta on the group project. Like, I gotta sit down with Gonta the whole time and essentially do his work for him. Yes, this is the group project tier list. Are there things that I can do to this to make it stand out? Oh, an outline? Oh, hell yeah. This was what I was hoping for. What if I make the color black, the outline bigger? No, that doesn't look right. Whatevs, it's fine. Nagito would fuck over the whole group project. I'm putting Nagito in F tier straight up. Because like bad things happen when you're associated with Nagito. I don't want him on my group project. It's like who would you want to sit next to on the plane? Nagito? You already know that plane's crashing and burning. So for my own sake, I don't want Nagito on my group project. Honestly, you know, I would give like I'm giving Akane some bonus points for trying. But I don't even know if no matter how hard Nagito tried, I still think he's gonna fuck everything up. Why is Mikan in C? Don't worry, the rage bait will get worse later. I think Kibo would take this shit so serious on the group project. And Kaede, I think Kaede would be like average. She'd be trying to have fun with it, and I think there's value in that just for like the vibes, but I think she's probably about average. Mahiru would also, like, Mahiru and Kibo in my brain are like the same. They're like the same flavor of being very serious. Very, very upfront, no nonsense type of characters. Yeah, I think Soda's a little, he's a little laissez-faire. A 25 watch streak is kind of crazy. Thank you for that 25 watch streak. With Nagito, I'll throw him in D tier because, you know, if he is lucky, what if like the luck wins over in the group project? I'll give him D tier. Cause it's like, I mean, luck is a cheat code. Shuichi on the group project. I want Shuichi on the group project. I'll give him A tier. I don't really want Tenko on the group project. I don't. I'm sorry, Tenko, but that's an F tier for me, big dog. Not only do you hate me, but you also, like, you're not a champion of intelligence in the games. Yeah. Even Soda and Rantaro are kind of doing the same sprite. They are kind of like on the same wavelength here. I gotta blow my nose, 1 second. Hello, welcome to the stream. This is the group project tier list. This is how would you want these characters on your group project? And I say Krakio can join the group project. I think he would put in work. He's knowledgeable. He wouldn't sack the whole project. I think Sayaka would try and get you to do her part of the project. So I kind of am inclined to give Sayaka a lower grade. She's a little bit of a snake. And I'm almost kind of inclined to put Ibuki in a similar vein, where Ibuki would just try and goof off the whole time. I think Peko, if Peko is A tier, I think Fuyuhiko would be... I mean, Fuyuhiko gets a glow up and he becomes way more cooperative later. I think as it stands, like, default Fuyuhiko, it's like fucking F tier. Like, he's so uncooperative, and he would try and... he might have, like, Peko try and do everything for him. Don't put Teru in the group project. Yeah, I don't really have good faith in Teru popping off on the group project. I'm also not putting Haijito in the group project. Hajime on the group project. I mean, he's just like an average guy, so. But is being an average guy better than average? Is that an above average, like, standard? That is true. He did not accept Peko as being his tool. Yeah, I'm like almost inclined to put Hajime in an A tier, because just having normal average man is kind of like, you know, that's like the expectation for the group project, is that everyone's normal, they put in a normal amount of work. But I guess if I rated... No, yeah, I think Hajime is above average, because if I'm saying Maki goes to the group project. She opens the Microsoft Word document, types the bare minimum, and then closes it out. Like, that qualifies her for a C tier. So I think Hajime gets to be A tier. Hifumi on the group project. Is Hifumi going to do anything? I really don't know. Where the fuck does Hifumi go on the pro project tier list? The Roblox game is having an internal conflict. My gut impression is Hifumi D tier, but I don't know. Am I slighting him? Is he smarter than I think he is? And I think no. I believe he's exactly as smart as I think he is, and I think he's about a D tier. But I do want Imposter on my tier list. I want him on the group project. Komaru on the group project. I mean, she's kind of just like Kaede Core. They even look the same. What the heck is her name? Her name isn't Hiyoko, is it? Kotiko. Oh my god, Kotiko. I don't know if I'd really feel any type of way about Kotiko on the group project. New playlist. Hopefully Phoenix Wright music doesn't get me killed. Yeah, the Monica zoom, it really makes her look extra creepy, which I like. I think Kotoko would probably be fine on a group project. I think Nagisa, honestly, Nagisa would be pissed the whole time about all the slackers, but I think Nagisa would be fine on a group project. You guys, I don't know who you even are. You're from like a novel that I haven't read. Sonia on the group project. I think Sonia's a lot harder of a worker than I give her credit for. Hagakuri's mom, I don't want her on the group project. Shirokuma on the group project, you can join. She's pretty helpful. Teru on the group project. What am I thinking? Is he a hazard to the group project? I think yes, he's just as much of a hazard as Hifumi is. Hagakuri cannot join the group project. Toko can join the group project though. Honestly, Toko probably solos the whole group project by herself because she doesn't want to interact with anyone, so she would just rather do it all herself. Mondo is F tier on the group project. I feel like the music... Is the music a good volume or is it too loud? It's a little loud for me. Hopefully it's okay now. But that's what I was thinking. I think Sonia is a respectable worker. Because she does She took the effort to learn all the languages that she knows. And then, I don't really know anything about Yuta Asahina. He just showed up and then he died. So this is our group project tier list. What other tier lists do I have? Okay, I got a couple ones. The next way we will be tiering the characters is will they lend you money? If you ask these Danganronpa characters, if you ask to borrow money from them, would they let you? Will give you as much as you ask for. Will ask you for money. I am the one who tears, the one who makes tears. They call me Tearer. Will Nekomaru let me borrow money from him? I think yeah, he would. Would Celeste let you borrow money? I feel like she would, under the context that you have to pay her back in interest. She'd be like, only if you pay me back in 20% interest. And I'd be like, I mean, that's pretty steep. But I don't think she would ever ask me for money, you know? So I feel like she's kind of in a weird middle ground. Kaito will ask you for money. Will Aoi ask you for money? Would she lend you money? I'm like hovering around like a D tier. Like I think she might expect you to pay for like something. Like if you guys go to like Starbucks together, she might expect you to pay for her drink. But I also could see she'll lend you like $20 if you ask for it. I think so. Jin Kirigiri would give you as much money as you ask for. Ishimaru would also give you as much money as you ask for. I will not be playing Demonology. I don't even know what it is. I'm assuming it's like Phasmophobia on Roblox. Yeah, I think Asahina would give you a small amount of money if you asked. Himiko will ask you for money. I mean less money. She wouldn't, like Kaito would be like, can I borrow 20k? But I think Himiko would ask you for $5 like consistently. Does Samugi ask you for money? She's somewhere in the middle. No, I think she would let you borrow a little bit of money. I don't think Gundam would let you ask for. He would not give you anything. He wouldn't ask you for anything. He wouldn't give you anything. Sakura is the one who pays for Asahina's donuts. Kyoko wouldn't give you any money, but she wouldn't ask either. Hiyoko would ask you for a little bit of money. Genocide will ask you for money, just because it's the funniest thing that they could do. Rentaro will probably ask you for money. Kurokuma will ask you for money. Kurumi would give you as much money as you asked for. Junko would ask you for money. Akane will ask you for money. Maki's not giving you $1. Chihiro's too nice. Chihiro would give you as much as you asked for. Makoto's probably broke, so I don't think he could give you as much as you asked for. But I think if he would try and give you money. Masaru Diamond will ask you for money. I mean, Taichi Fujisaki would probably give you as much as you asked for. Pekka would give you money. Monica will ask you for money. Byakuya would... I'm like, he would ask you for money, even though he doesn't need it. But I think realistically, he's just in a C tier. He wouldn't give you anything. He wouldn't ask you for anything. It really depends on the relationship you have. But the idea of Byakuya asking you for money, just to like prove a point, really, is funny. Monokuma will ask you for money. Izuru's not gonna give you $1. Would Mikan give you as much money as you asked for? Probably not. Or probably. She would probably try. Monami will give you as much as you ask for. So Chisa. I imagine most of the DR3 cast would give you some money. Except for Koichi. That guy's gonna ask you for money. Tengen's probably not gonna give you $1. Juzo's not giving you $1. Or this is... Who the fuck is this? I forget what this guy's name is. This is Juzo. He might ask you for a little bit of money. Fuihigo's little sister would probably ask you for money. Miyahara's not doing anything. I don't think this stream will end up as a video, but we'll see. Mika not having enough money as you asked, and then apologizing. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, she's probably broke, but she would probably give you the last... She would give you the shirt off her back if you asked her. Just every stream, it's hello future viewers, in the potential prospects that it gets turned into a video. Ruka will ask her boyfriend to pay for everything. Ryota would probably give you money. I don't really know Sato. Seiko would probably give you money. I don't think Jotaro would ask you for anything. Mukuro would probably give you money. Angie would probably ask for money. Kokichi will ask you for money. Korekiyo wouldn't give you $1, but he would explain to you, like, the history of the fucking euro. Leon will ask you for money. Miyu will ask you for money. Monodam's not doing shit for you. Mono Kid will ask you for money. Maddie will ask you for money. Ryoma is not gonna do shit. Chiaki would give you a small... She would give you like $5. Gonta will give you as much as you ask. Kibo would give you some money. Kaede would give you some money. Kazuichi will ask you for like a couple dollars. Mahiru would yell at you for asking her for money. Monosuke would ask you for money so that he can keep betting on sports games. Monotaro has $0 in his bank account. Literal, actual $0. I don't know if Shuichi would, like, if you asked Shuichi for $20,000, I don't think Shuichi would give you that much, but he would, if you asked him for, like, hey, can I, like, borrow, like, $500, he would say yeah. I don't think, like, I think a lot of the characters on the tippy top row would be, like, no questions asked, they would give you it. But Shuichi would expect you to pay him back. Tenko will ask you for money. I don't think Sayaka needs to ask you for money, but I think she still would. She would joke with you and she'd be like, "Oh, like you're gonna pay for like our dinner, right?" True. I think Tenko is true neutral. She'll ask, if you're a male, she'll ask you for money. If you're a woman, she'll give you as much as they ask for. So Tenko is true neutral because she's both on the tippy top and the tippy bottom. I don't know if I could see Ibuki. I think Ibuki would ask for a little bit of money. Fuihiko is not giving you shit. I don't feel like rating Haiji Toa. They did Leon so dirty with the sprite that they chose for him, but like Ibuki gets like the most flattering sprite ever. Honestly, I support Tenko. We should give women money. Hajime. Hajime probably has also $0 in his checking account. But how nice do I think Hajime is? I don't think Hajime... I think Shuichi's nicer than Hajime. Hajime is definitely not asking for money, but do I think he would give people money if they asked for it? Maybe like Chiaki, but I feel like he would kind of put his foot down and say, bro, Ibuki, I think Hajime would buy something for Ibuki. I don't think he would do shit for Himiko or Akane. He might give you a little bit. Hifumi's like, I think he's kind of A tier. I think if Celeste asked him for money, he would give her as much as he can. Hifumi's just down bad like that. I think Embosser would give you as much as you ask for. Nagito has asked before? I believe it. I think Kamaru would ask you for some money. I also think... I don't think Kyoko would do either. Not sure who this is. You're from Killer Killer. Kyoko doesn't ask, she just takes all your money. She'll just stick her hands in your wallet and just pull out a crisp $20 bill and walk away. Currently, our tier list is if you ask the Danganronpa character to borrow money, will they give you? The tippy top tier is that they'll give you as much money as you ask for. C tier is they wouldn't give or ask for money, and then the bottom tier is they will ask you for money. Nagisa from UDG, you could probably swindle them out of a little money. Nagito has hella money. He still will ask you for money. Would Sonya spot you as much as you ask? I feel like no. I don't think she would. But she would definitely do a lot. Kazuichi, the true neutral. He would ask you for money so that he could give it to Sonya Nevermind. Sonya will ask, or like, Sonya will be like, oh, I kind of want this. And then Kazuichi will be like, oh, I'll buy it for you. And then he taps his pockets and he's like, oh, I don't have any money. And then he just turns and he's like, Hajime, can I borrow $20? Just shamelessly, right in front of your face. Hagakuri's mom's gonna ask you for money. Shirokuma is also gonna ask you for money. So they're like, come on, don't you want to support the resistance? I think Teru would. He would spot you some cash. Toko doesn't want you to do anything. She doesn't want you anywhere near her. I also don't think Mondo would ask you for money. He's like too prideful. He wouldn't do that. I could honestly see, like, if it really depends on your relationship with him. I think the average person couldn't get anything out of Mondo. But if he fucked with you, then he could be like A tier. But Mondo wouldn't ask you for money. And then I feel like Aoi's little brother is gonna ask you for money. He'll ask you to buy him stuff. Yeah, he would definitely hook up his boy Taka. He would do that for sure. Alright. our tier list for that. I'm pretty happy with this one. I might sit on this for a bit and take this opportunity to get tea while I have the opportunity, because I be thirsty. I woke up, my throat was so dry. For some reason, like, ever since I got sick, I've been waking up with an extra dry throat. It, like, doesn't make any sense. I mean, there would be like a bajillion and a half ad breaks, because I do plan on drinking a lot of tea this stream. But I will be right back. I am gonna refill on tea. It shouldn't take too long, maybe a couple minutes. So I'll be right back. You sit tight. I'll be back in a minute. was a Poggers ad break. I'm up. Just took a quick power nap. I'm up now. I've already drank like a third of the tea. I was fiending for it. What's up, everybody? Can I please borrow some money? Oh no, I knew he would ask for money. Son of a, I should have expected this. Nah, sorry, Kokichi. You know, I just, you know, I would if I could, but like, I just don't. You know, I left my wallet at home, and like, you know, even if I did have my wallet, you know, who really carries around cash anymore? You know what I'm saying? So like, you know, I can't really spot you any money. Like, but you know, I trust me, man. If I could, I totally would. I totally would let you borrow some money though. Oh, only have $20. The sharks are gonna smell that. There's blood in the water. You just that's like having an open wound in shark-infested waters, admitting that you have $20. They don't care if you only have $20. That's $20 that you have that they could. They're gonna swarm you. It's crazy that the penny is discontinued, but also like, who really cared about pennies? I mean, some people collected pennies, but I feel like more people collected quarters. Like, even pennies always sucked. You just put them in like a big jar, and then you dump all the coins in the coin counting machine. Oh yeah, we have Sam at the Kahoot. I'm curious if Lalo is gonna win the Kahoot, because it's back to normal Kahoot. Normal trivia. And that's how Lalo got their back-to-back-to-back wins. It's possible. Lalo might sweep the competition again. I feel like Lalo's in like the perfect spot though, where, you know, right out the gate, iconic Lalo wins 3 Kahoots in a row. And then after that, you know, they've already cemented their legacy, so they don't have to, like, the pressure and the expectations aren't to win every Kahoot. You don't have to win every Kahoot. They just had to, like, they made a strong statement right out the jump. And now they get to chill with their reputation. I feel like it's a good position to be in. I would never lie, says Ultimate Liar. I don't know, I think I believe him. For some reason, I just feel like I should believe him. Alright. I actually might need to go to a different tier list for this one. Something more zoomed out. Oh, these are my 2x2 predictions, by the way. It has saved my 2x2 predictions. Nagito, well, I think Hajime dies, Nagito kills him. Chapter 1. Just to, like, really fuck everything up. Chapter 2, I don't think Teru can live more than 1 chapter, so I think he dies in Chapter 2. And then I'm like, I don't know, Sonya kills him, because I feel like there's going to be a large shakeup between who survived before and who's going to survive this time. So I think they're going to make most of the survivors die at some point. So I'm like, I don't know. Like the rationale behind Sonya killing Teru, I'm like, there's no rationale there. It's just felt like it. And then I'm like, huh, double murder. Well, there's 2 characters that we have that are associated with each other. So what better time for them to die than at the same time? And I'm like, I don't know, Akane does it. I don't know. No rationale behind that. Just thought about it. The only thing that I feel kind of confident about is Chiaki still dying. I think Chiaki's gonna go really far. But I'm like, how do they make... Like, it's like, how do you top Chapter 5 of Danganronpa 2? And I'm like, I don't know, you gotta do something crazy. Like, you gotta have Ultimate Imposter fucking kill Chiaki or something. Like, I don't know, like a double kill of Chapter 5 or something like that. Oh, who killed Miyu? Well, that was Kaito. He had the bottle of poison on his desk. It could only be Kaito. He's the only one who could have done it. But I think we're gonna have a real oddball cast of survivors. But I guess no matter what combination it was, it would always be oddball. But those were my 2x2 predictions. But we have something, we have a different type of tier list that we would like to create. Although, I don't know. This one's actually like gonna be opinionated if I do this one. I was going to say ranking based on how fire their haircut is, but that's like kind of opinion based. Because like, what if I put Chiaki in F tier? Like, would that be blasphemy? I don't think Chiaki's haircut is that bad, though. I think what's important is, well, first things first, we gotta obliterate one tier. You know what? We'll keep B tier around this time, and we'll get rid of C tier. I think a good starting point is we gotta figure out who has good hair. Whose haircut is actually good? And the answer to that would be, let's see, whose haircut do I like the best? Ibuki has bomb-ass hair. Celeste has bomb-ass hair. I think the weird, like the more zany it is, the cooler, the more I like it. That's really funny that I didn't even read the chat and you guys already were one step above. Honestly, like Hiyoko's, I don't know. It's super unique, but do I like it really? I don't super love it. As out there as it is. But I gotta give it some respect, just for the nerve to, like, when you think about it. Let's enhance. Look at like the top of her head. Like, imagine how much hair you must have in order to make like 2 crescents like that on both sides. Like, that's crazy. I do like Akane's hair. It's a little messy, but I think it works for her. And I also actually really like Angie's hair. I like her big coconut head. I'm gonna be honest, I think Asahina's haircut kind of sucks. I think it's kind of butt. I mean, it's like iconic. It's like a little like chocolate swirl. But I'm not in love with it. Byaku's hair, pretty standard. I wonder if there's really gonna be that many characters who I think have like low tier hair. I'm like scrolling and I really can't. I really can't see a world where I'm giving anyone like F tier. I mean, honestly, like, it's not hair, it's hat, so F tier. F tier for no hair. I'll be honest, maybe this is a hot take. Oh, Hifumi, yeah, Hifumi's got trash hair. His haircut is trash. Listen, this is gonna be a hot take, but I think Kaijo's hair kind of sucks. I don't think it's as bad. I think it's at least iconic, but like his haircut's kind of stupid. He's got like a red-haired buzz cut. I think canonically Ryoma's hair is red. Hifumi's hair is ridiculous. It's funny, but his shit sucks. His shit sucks really bad. Honestly, I'll say it. I think Himiko's hair is actually really fire. The bob cut, it actually is really cool in red. Izuru's hair is peak. Hot take, I think his hair sucks really bad. This shit looks gross. It looks really greasy. Bro needs to take a shower. I'm putting Izuru in F tier. Get a haircut, buddy. Honestly, Hajime's hair kind of sucks. I feel like Gonta's hair is just the better version of Izuru's hair, you know? I think his makes more sense with his, like, thematics. Yeah, there are a lot of really cool Izuru arts that, like, use his long hair, but as it stands, it kind of sucks. Do I like it less than Hajime's haircut? I think Hajime's haircut is actually such a fuck-ass haircut. It's probably actually realistically like this. I think Hajime's haircut sucks big time. But you know whose haircut is really good though is Fujiko. I'm torn on like Chiaki. I think it's kind of just like, nah, it's alright. And I think Chihiro's hair is just alright as well. Chihiro gives me the vibe of like, you know, like hockey players, how they have like the hair that like swoops out in the back. That's like the kind of vibe that I get for Chihiro's hair. Hajime's barber is chopped. I like Chisa's hair a lot. I like her big ass ponytail. I'm gonna be honest, Gundam's hair kind of sucks as well. I think it's iconic, but it's really just a different flavor of Aoi's hair, and I don't love it. I love Gundam, but his hair sucks. Yeah, it's like, it very much is like ice cream. He got ice cream hair. I mean, it's the same thing with Aoi, where I equated hers to like a chocolate swirl. But like, hold on, let me pull up a full image of this guy. I think his hair sucks worse in the anime too. But like just the middle part that goes crazy is not the wave. Let me find it. You know, now that I'm looking at the anime, I might actually like the anime haircut better. I don't know. Either way, Gundam's hair is weird and I don't love it. Let me pull up the full image. Like, look at how much he has just that one stripe of hair that goes really long, and like the rest of it is not as long. I don't know. It just ain't it for me. The skunk stripe. Yeah. It's just that really long piece of hair that I think kind of sucks. Chorus between Mikan and Miu. Her, I actually don't even know who this is. I should make a tier list for the mystery folk. I'm not rating Baby Kyoko. I'm not rating Canon. I'm not rating presumably from Killer Killer. I'm not rating Ishiki Madurai. Actually, I am. He's F tier. That shit looks like a fucking spider on his head. Kotoko's hair is actually... I don't know. It's actually kind of like... so long that's like a little... It's a little gross. But it's kind of cool. I'll give her a B tier. Great Gozu. I actually don't really know what his hair looks like. Is his name like Dazai Bandai or something like that? I don't know what is it. But I like his haircut. Jin Kirigiri's got the most default man haircut. D tier for that. Honestly, it's I hate to do it, but Haiji Toa's haircut is actually really nice. He's got a really good case of long hair. I know I dogged on Izuru for like the same reason. I'm like, yeah, he's got like greasy ass hair, but I don't know, it just looks way better in this. Kazuichi's hair is kind of ass. Look at this Widow's Peak, bro. His hair, like, his hairline goes down to like his eyebrows. I kind of agree. I don't really love his haircut. Look at how long it is in the back. I don't really love it. with no hat on. Toko hair. I mean, Toko is pretty standard hair. There's a lot of characters with braids. Kurumi's hair, I'm torn on. I like the bang in the front, but like the rest of it, it's weird that the front bang is longer than the rest of the hair. It kind of throws me off a little bit. So I'm like a little lukewarm on it for that reason. I guess I'll even it out, because I do like the way that the front bang looks. I still don't really know Great Gozu hair. I'll just omit him for now. Hagakuri's mom. I kind of like it. All of those in the same tier as Kaito? You make a compelling argument. But maybe that just means I put Kaito down here. I really don't love Kaito's hair. But it actually gets bonus points for being iconic though. It's like iconic and kind of whack. I mean, like, Hifumi's is a little iconic, but it's more whack than it is iconic. I mean, Kaede just has standard hair. I do actually really like Junko's hair. I think Junko's hair is actually low-key S tier. Does it deserve it? Maybe not. But I'm rocking with it. Tengen's hair is stupid, but I like it. He's got a big old, like, pine cone head. Jotaro F tier for no hair. And I don't remember what his hair looks like. Juzo tier list. He's got decent hair. I'll put him B tier. I feel like, as far as buzz cuts go, like, Fuyuhiko's buzz cut absolutely mogs Ishimaru's buzz cut. Like, I think Ishimaru's haircut, his buzz cut is like way too long. It's weird. So for that, he's going D tier for that. Kibo hair. I'm more of a fan of Fuyuhiko buzz cut than Ishimaru buzz cut. I respect how long his hair is, but it's okay. One thing, alright, here's something that I thought of. What do you guys think? Is Kibo's hair, it's metal, right? But like, imagine if Kibo was wearing like a synthetic wig. Which would be funnier? If he was a robot wearing a wig, or his hair being like sheets of metal? I like the idea of it being a wig. I do think it is metal because like there's the scene where his antenna falls off in like chapter 5 or whatever. But I think it would be obvious that he has an antenna. If all of his hair wasn't metal, then I think the antenna would be obvious. So I feel like it's all gotta be metal. F tier for no hair. I kind of like Koichi's hair. Alright. Kokichi is tough. I do like the color of his hair. I like the way that his hair fades to like purple. But boy need a haircut. It's like, it's not super, like, it's not long in the way that, like, Gonta's is. So it doesn't really get points for being long. It's like he's in a weird state where he's, like, between haircuts, where, like, he's trying to grow his hair out. That's the kind of vibe that he gets. But I think as far as colors go, I think I'll give him B tier. Just because it looks like he's got like frosted tips. He's got like purple tips. Yeah, I think his whole hair is purple, but it just shows best on the ends of his hair. I think that's cool. For Hajime, it's his fault. He's got to get a better barber. Komaru haircut. It's pretty standard, but I don't like it as much as like Himiko's hair. That's tight. Kyoko hair. I'm biased, guys. What can I say? I'm biased. I'm showing my biases. Leon hair, I kind of like it. I mean, if we want to be literal, his hair is as close to fire as possible. I'll give him A tier. I do like it. Do we count facial hair as hair? Skipping past my King Korekio? We did skip past him, huh? I've just been kind of going around and around. What do I think about Korekio? I feel like if Haiji Toa is A tier, then Korekio... The tier list is like, as far as long hair goes, it's like Korekio. Maybe it actually goes like... I'm reassessing Haiji because he looks unshowered. He looks smelly. Is that... I feel like that's valid. I do think his haircut is... Alright, whatever. We'll make them neighbors. I don't super love Leon's facial hair, but it doesn't detract enough to lose him points. I'm curious, is Korekio the ultimate long-haired male? I think probably. I think he has the nicest hair out of everyone, out of the men. In length. Mahiru? I think the cut kind of sucks, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like she is getting mogged by Himiko. I don't hate her haircut, but it's like, it looks like she cut her own hair. I don't know, it's okay. I like the color on it, but the cut leaves to be desired. Maki hair? I mean, it's alright, it's very standard. Standard twin tails / braids formation. Many such cases of that. This is unfortunate. I'm sorry, Pekko, but I've never loved twin tails like that. Like, the twin tails that go over the shoulder, I've never loved that. I don't mind it so much on like Toko or like Genocide, but I've never loved it like, I don't know, it just looks so, I don't know. It's a haircut that I associate with like little kids. You know? Like, I would imagine someone like age 9 having twin tails like that. And it's gated at like little kids for me. That's how I perceive it. So I can't let you pass, Pekko. Makoto's hair? Bro, he's got so much hair. I don't know. It's alright. I think Munakata's hair sucks. His comb over sucks. Jataro or Masaru Diamond, his hair kind of sucks as well. He's got all that shit pushed back by the headphones. I like Geckohara's hair a lot, actually. It looks like squid. She's got squid hair. She's got like Splatoon hair. Mikan hair. I mean, Mikan's hair kind of sucks, but it's like in an iconic way. Like, she absolutely cuts her own hair. Monika's hair is also squid-like. They're like the squid kids. Mondo's hair also sucks in an iconic way. It's like tippy top of A tier. Like, realistically... Oh, yeah, new tier is just like, I don't really have an opinion, or like, I'm not gonna rank Kyoko 2. I think this is canon. I mean, I guess I could. I can just like look at them and get a vibe. Yeah, I can't, like, it's so iconic for Mondo. Miu's hair. I like her at Hoge. It's pretty good. I mean, I probably like it more than Hagakure Mom. They all failed the test for having no hair. No hair tier. Nagisa's kind of sucks, but it's like, it's kind of cool. It's like, it's very much in the medium, because it's like extreme, but not extreme in a way that I think is super iconic, you know? Mukuro's hair kind of sucks. It's very, very standard and bland. Nekomaru's hair. I don't really love his haircut. The way that, like, I don't know if you can really see it. Enhance. Like, why does it go, like, up and then back inwards and then up in the middle and then it's, like, flatter and then it's big on the sides? Like, I'm not head over heels in love with that. Hi, AC. Nagito hair. Bro looks like he actually rolled out of bed. But how much does him being an icon, like, give him bonus points? I think Nagito's hair is iconic, but is it like, I don't know if it's iconic because it's super interesting, you know? Like, I'll drop him off in D tier for now, but like, Mondo is iconic for his wacky hair. Same with like Celeste and Ibuki. Nagito is iconic. You do make a solid argument. I do love white hair. And like, I think if Pekko's hair was less gray, more white, I would like it a little bit more. Yeah, I'm like, I don't think Nagito's iconic for his hairstyle. Do I think Nagito has a better haircut than Makoto? What if I just D-rank them both? What if I dumped them both in D tier? I do like how, like, his hair becomes, it like fades into like brown later on, but that could just be shadowing. I like Rantaro's hair a lot, actually. It's one of my favorites. Fuck it, I'm making an executive decision. I'm bumping Fuyuhiko up into S tier, I don't care. Don't care. I was considering, I'm like, do I think... I might even... I'll consider Rantaro A tier, S tier. Ruka... I can't really tell what's going on. I don't feel like I have a valid judgment on Ruka because she has her little beanie on. Kind of iconic, I can't lie. He's got fucking 2 horns. Looks like he's got a bowling ball dropped on his head, and it left a big crater in his hair. Kind of an icon. Ryota's hair sucks. It sucks. Sakura's hair. I'm like, is it S tier? It's definitely like A tier. I might even give her S tier. Hakure's hair. I think it's like, is it fire though? Like, it's iconic. But is Hakure's hair fire? I don't think so. It's like an afro, but like this guy has like a much nicer looking afro. So I think Hagakure sits in B tier because I like this guy's afro better. It's super iconic. But this is an opinionated tier list, and it's not how iconic is their haircut, it's how fire is it. You know, nepotism can only get you so far. It'll only get you a B tier here. Seiko's haircut sucks, but fuck. It's like we can't lie to ourselves. We can't lie to ourselves. What the fuck is that? Like, that shit is crazy looking. It's super unique. And like, I respect it. But nah, I'm sorry. Don't know who. Let me just obliterate people that I'm not ranking. Okay, we'll rank everybody else. Sonya has nice hair. Just straight up. Taichi also has really nice hair. Shirokuma. Okay. Terra D, if not F. I don't know. He really be styling that shit. I don't know. He's like up there for me. I think his haircut is actually really nice. He's got a low taper fade. I kind of really like it. Dude, right? Terra hair on Gundam? Dude, I actually might have to give him an S tier for hair. It's like, it's really hard to separate like the character from the hairstyle. Like Leon, I think I put that guy in F tier every day of the week. But I can't lie, I like his little lion's mane. Tenko's hair is really cool. It's like really like wide braids. It's really interesting. It's really long. I'm a little biased to like, I don't love hair that's so long that it almost goes to the floor. Like, it's actually like, just like, I don't know. I respect the process in which it would take to take care of that and make it look nice. I respect that, but it's just like so impractical. Tenko or Toko, sorry. I mean, you guys have the same cut. I think it looks a little better on Genocide, TBH. Saika's very standard, so you go in B tier. Shuichi, you got emo hair, but you're lucky that I like emo boys. Same with you. You're also emo. Samuki's hair is fine. These two kind of have the same cut. Not really. Saika's bangs are way better. Tugami haircut. I mean, on paper he has the same haircut as Byakuya. But it kind of looks better on Byakuya. I don't know. I like the colors and the texturing on it better, but I feel like Byakuya's hair like fits the shape of his head a lot better. But I think it's sufficient. It looks like Byakuya's hair looks like it's longer in the back. But not so much so that it's like out of order. Tugami's is a little tighter in the back. And then Yuta Asahina. Honestly, I kind of like it. I think I like it at like an A tier. Alright, I'm like looking at Tengen and I'm like, is this haircut fire? No. What was I on? It's funny. It's funny, alright? I think it's silly, but it's not fire. Let's make executive decisions. Koichi's hair is good, but it's not A tier good. This is like average hair. This is like below average. I'm like trying to imagine if I see these guys in real life, would I like their haircuts? I mean, Jin Kiriga's is just average. Ishimaru's isn't bad. I wouldn't say that it's a bad haircut. But like, should I demote them for boring? I don't think like having an average haircut is not a bad thing. So I'm like, should I bump up like boom boom? Like only have haircuts that like actually like offend me in the D and F tier? Like Munetaka's haircut is actually not that bad. But it kind of offends me how plain white bread he is. I know, I'm just fucking around. This isn't a very serious tier list. I didn't give any meaningful thought or like criteria. I kind of just flew off vibes. And I won't dwell on it too hard because it's not meant to be taken all that seriously. I was going to do a tier list next that was like, how good does every character look whilst bald? And I was like, that would require me to, like, I'm sure there's bald sprites of every single character, and I would, you know, I could look at this and, like, hypothesize, be like, would Himiko look funny bald with her hat on? Like, yes, that would be S tier funny levels of bald. But I'm sure that exists, and that would require me to get so many images. Let me look at bald Himiko. I fucking knew this shit would exist. It had to. There was no way that it couldn't exist. It has to exist. Here's bald Himiko. It could only exist. It couldn't not exist. Hi, Luke. Thank you for following. Hopefully you're having a good day slash night slash whatever time of day it is. A special tier for bald. I'm like, that would require me to get so many images that I didn't prepare in ahead of time. You came from the Valve rap? That's a deep cut around these parts. We haven't talked about the Valve rap in years. But I'm glad that you liked that video. It's a classic. It almost didn't exist. I almost didn't make that video. I like recorded it and I sent it as an audio file to my friends, and then that was just gonna be it. And I was like, you know what? I'll turn it into a video. And then it ended up going like nuclear for like a month. And I was like, holy shit. A whole stream dedicated to Bald Sprites tier list. We could do that at some point. I don't have it prepared right now though. Yakia bald holding a picture of his hair in the Trigger Happy Havoc ending. I wonder if I can find that. That shit was too easy to find. I didn't like how easy it was for me to find this image. That's really funny. Didn't come directly from that. I saw it like 3 years ago. Then I was scrolling through my following to get rid of some people I don't follow anymore, and I saw you and I remembered that video and I repeated it like 5 times. Then looked at the other videos and saw that I did Twitch. And you saw that I was live. I do be live like every Tuesday, Thursdays. I do like visual novel stuff now. I don't really do on my main channel I do like whatever I feel like. And then I have a secondary channel that's like all visual novel stuff, pretty much. So I'm pretty much like only ever streaming visual novel things, which I would not imagine is probably your cup of tea. So I would not be offended if you were like, for that reason, I'm out. Byakuya with no hair is really funny. It's really funny that it was so easy for me to find that. Yeah, that's what I'm up to right now. I'm tearing up characters from a visual novel called Danganronpa. It's a little murder mystery John about a bunch of zany, wacky high school kids that are forced to kill each other to death. That is our main prerogative. That's most of the things. Well, like whatever I stream, it's usually somewhat tangentially related, whether it's a different visual novel, murder mystery story, or the one that I'm notable for. What shall we do next for a tier list? I had an idea for who would have the most successful music career. If they were to pivot into making music, who do I think would do the best? Who would have music career? And then I gotta shrink this big style. There's a couple that I'm like are obvious, right? So we'll reset, obliterate, C tier. Well, actually, we could do A, B, C, and then for I have no idea. Okay. So, musicians. Boom. Boom. Where is you? I know Leon wanted to be a musician, but do we think he would be successful? Let's start moving characters that I don't know about. I think Kurokuma, he's like a rapper, right? Tengen would make Christian rap music. Oh wait, this is supposed to be blah, 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 and then this is F tier. F tier. I know like Kurumi can do everything, but like I don't know if she has the swag to be a musician. Well, yeah, no, I feel like she could probably play like the piano or something. Oh, speaking of piano, where the hell is Kaede? Where are you? Kaede! I'll just scan. There you are. Alright, and then where's Leon? I'll put Leon in A tier. Miyu versus Elon Musk. True. That has been recommended to me many a times. I've not listened to it, but I do know that it exists. Unfortunately, not Leon from Resident Evil. I'm excited about the new Resident Evil game, but we have Sir Leon Kuwata, the ultimate baseballer. My videos are really just like whatever I feel like making on that channel. The other people are on YouTube. I have an alternate YouTube channel. I'll link it just so you can see what it is. There's an echo for a second. This is my alt channel where I do all the visual novel stuff. The channel you know is like, that's my personal channel where I'll just upload whatever's. But they're on YouTube. Mondo would attempt heavy metal. It would just be him cursing and yelling the whole time. There's a 50-50. He's got a 50-50 shot. Either people would fuck with it, or they wouldn't. Where's Toko? I'm giving Toko an F tier, because I don't think she could be a musician. I don't think her heart could take it. Hajime plays the air guitar, so Hajime's A tier at least. This is really tough. I mean, Hiyoko like is a dancer, right? So I think she would have a pretty decent, you know, she's got rhythm, right? So I think Hiyoko can be A tier. Izuru S tier, he can do anything. Junko probably S tier, she somehow does everything. Aoi could be like Tate McRae. I could see it. Byakuya, he can throw enough money at something until it works. Oh, Joel's cool. I know of the porcelain maid. Joel's pretty cool. Himiko, probably not. I think Celeste has a decent chance. She could be like Baby Metal, you know? Angie, musician Angie. I mean, she's like creative, so I think that puts her at like a, she's got some chance. Doug Doug's really cool. I respect Doug Doug a lot. Celeste liked the game. I did play through Celeste. I didn't get any. I only did like the main story for Celeste, but this is Celestia Ludenberg, the ultimate gambler. Akane Owari as a musician. For some reason, can't see it. Musician Chiaki, I also can't see. I think Chihiro has a decent chance. As a programmer, like, maybe Chihiro can be like a producer. Like, Chihiro's making the beats. Chisa Yukezome. I think she could be like a singer. She could probably sing. I'm pretty sure this guy's name is like something Bondi, like Osamu Bondi or something like that. I really have no idea. Who knows? He's a mystery. Fuyuhiko, famous rapper Fuyuhiko Kuzuryu. Am I ranking Wi-Fi or anime characters? I'm ranking these anime characters. I think there's some potential for Fuyuhiko. Oh, waifus. Oh, gotcha. No, we're ranking these characters on how well we think they could have a successful music career based on what we know of them. I think honestly, Gundam would make some weird shit, but I think people would fuck with it. I think Genocide Jack. I'm gonna be 100%. I think she could do it. I don't know what it is about Genocide, but I think she could be a successful musician. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's some sort of aura. Musician Gonta? I can't really see it, unfortunately. I definitely can't see Hifumi. Haiji Toa? Can't really see it. I could see Great Gozu. I feel like he could probably play like a mean bass. I could also see Hagakure's mom. Gonta with the drum. I can see it. You've convinced me. Jotaro? Maybe. Jin Kirigiri? Nah. I could also maybe see like Juzo like as a boxer. I think Kaito would put in a solid effort to be a musician if he wanted to. Okie dokie. Thanks for hanging out, Luke. Have fun with GTA. I appreciate you stopping in. I used to watch Jello like when he would do like full-size videos. I haven't really watched their stream. And I also watched like their animated series that they made. But I haven't really kept up with Jello in a while. Monica on Kids Bop. I could see it. All the fucking Warriors of Hope are gonna be on Kids Bop. Except for Jotaro, because he's always like, why do you guys hate me? We'll get the whole Kids Bop lineup going. Am I missing one? Masaru, he's got headphones on, so that's a step up, you know? That's a step above the rest. That's like the same tier as like Hiyoko. Hiyoko has rhythm. The belly flop competition. I feel like Nekomaru would come second, and then maybe Hifumi first. Like, Nekomaru would probably have impeccable form. Friday Night Funkin' and Spaghetti? I know, didn't, fuck, what's the name of the K-pop group that collabed with Friday Night Funkin' like last week? It's really funny to see a bunch of like a whole new gen of people figuring out about Friday Night Funkin', and they're like, wait, why are those his balls when he dies? And it's like, it's really funny to see people experiencing it all for the first time again. Kyoko is not gonna have a successful music career, I'm afraid. I don't think she would be down with that. I think Kaito could. Kaito, or not Kaito, Kibo. Kibo would be like a Vocaloid. And I think Kazuichi could be on the beat, you know? Ishimaru is not. Ishimaru might be on the flute, you know? Mukura in the anime is canonically a good singer? I did not know that. Where did I put her? Did I put her on the tier list yet? I don't think I did. Then we'll put her in this tier. Kokichi on the beat. Maybe. Maybe. Koichi on the beat? Nah. Komaru on the beat. Maybe. Uncertain. Korekio. Korekio probably knows like some folk songs. I don't know if he would have like a super like illustrious, like he's not going triple platinum, but he's probably out there like playing like folk songs from a bunch of different cultures, and he's probably S tier around the campfire, but he's probably like not S tier on the stage, the big stage, you know? I could see Miyu having a solid music career. I feel like she would be like in a pop punk band, or not a pop punk band, but like a, I'm trying to think, something like fucking Spirit Box, where she's like screaming on the beat, you know? Mikan is not. Mikan would die on stage. Makoto, I mean, he might just get lucky. He might be a one-hit wonder. I think luck is just overpowered, so where the hell's Nagito? You're probably also up there. Nekomaru can probably scream pretty crazy on like a metal track. And same with Sakura. Shuichi is the front man of Bring the Horizon because he's a little emo boy. Good night, Blaze. Thanks for hanging out. Maki is not gonna try and be on stage. Mahiru, I think she'd be part of the staff, but she's probably more interested in like the photography rather than being on the stage. You know, she'd rather be part of the production team. Yeah, pretty much. Makoto, they'd be like, Makoto, open up FL Studio, and then he just starts dragging and dropping things in random order, and then it just so happens to be like Billboard, like it goes triple platinum. I think Monotara has a decent shot, and maybe Monofinite as well, but I don't think Monosuke. Monokuma is like built different. He could somehow pull it off. For some reason, I feel like Ruruka probably has like a really nice singing voice. I think Peko could learn the bass guitar. I think Ultimate Imposter could also play the triangle really good. I'm sure. I think Teru Teru would try and be like a fucking Ed Sheeran type beat. For this semester in my tech ed class, I'm learning about Photoshop. Hell yeah! I'm a big reason that I'm the person that I am today is because I learned like Photoshop in high school. So definitely recommend learning Photoshop in high school. Because like even if you don't like, it's really just all about becoming comfortable with using the tools, you know? Hagakure? Nah, you're not. I don't think you're gonna have a successful music career. Sorry, friend. Ryuta Miterai. I mean, he's just gonna do the animations for people's music. Seiko, probably not. Rantaro, yeah. He's definitely like... He probably can't even sing, but he just lip syncs all the words. Gakuhara, not really certain. Monodam. Monomi. Shirokuma. Sonya, maybe. Honestly, I could see Sonya having a successful music career. Tenko, maybe. Yuta Asahina, maybe. Samugi, probably. I mean, they can look like anybody, but who's to say that they're musically inclined, you know? But I think the level of effort that is required in being able to impersonate anyone means that, you know, you can probably also impersonate like their musical art style. So I give them an A tier. Like, you know, they're not like, they're just hitching off of somebody else's success. Yeah. Blacksmith guy, I don't know. He's like edgy like Shuichi, but I can't see him being like, I don't know. The eyeliner, like, Shuichi already has the look of like an emo boy band star. Ryoma, music career. I doubt it. Alright, this is my tier list. S tier musicians are Ibuki, Monokid, Sayaka, Kurokuma, Kaede, Izuru, Junko. This is just purely off of speculation that Genocide Show could be crazy on the microphone. I also feel like for some reason she could probably play piano. Kibo, because he's Hatsune Miku, if you wanted to be. Mukuro can sing. Makoto and Nagito would just get lucky with a mega hit. Shuichi's gonna be an industry plant. And Sonya, I don't know, just she already has a huge audience, so she could probably do anything, and the people of Nova Celic would love it. After Kahoot, I don't think we're gonna do a Gartic phone. I had the idea of doing a Guess Who, where I set up a wheel and I'll close my eyes and you guys will get your character, and I have to ask you guys hints on which character you drew, and then you guys will draw, or you guys will ask me hints on which character that I drew. That's my idea for after Kahoot. We'll still keep Gartic phone in our back pocket. I'm not doing like one-on-one. It's gonna be like you guys are gonna be like a mass entity, you know? Although I guess I will have to call on people to pick a question. Like if you guys all ask a question, I'll have to maybe I'll have to call on someone and be like, okay, I'm taking your question. Cause what if I just pick the questions that I'm like, someone asks, oh, is your character bald? And I'll be like, nope, they're not bald. I can just pick the questions that make me win. Tier list on who's most likely to survive the Hunger Games? We can do that. I wonder if it's actually just easier to pull everyone off of the tier list. Where the hell did Tengen go? Alright, fine, I have to reset. I have to reset. Bro, is my... Okay. I was like, is my shit broken? What is going on here? Okay. I mean, we'll just keep it as as this. Alright, and then let's change the text. I'm gonna also set the background on this so that it stands out a little bit better. Oh yeah, I guess it is listed in alphabetical order. I didn't even think about that. I forgot that we were gonna do Hunger Games for the OCs to decide the death order. I forgot about that. Yeah, I was thinking, I was like, you could probably narrow shit down really easily if you go, is your character a survivor? And then it's like, boom, there goes half of the cast. Is your character male? Boom, there goes half of the cast. And then you'll probably just start, like, let's see. So if you ask, is your character a survivor? It's like, boom, 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 boom. Survivors. Like, you can obliterate half of the cast with one question. I don't know if I missed anybody on accident. Let me see. I'll just put them in order of their games. See if I can spot anyone that's missing. I'm missing a Dangan 2 character, am I? Sonya, Kazuichi, Akane, Fuyuhiko, Hajime. Maybe not. And then if you asked, is your character male, then you're left with 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 questions, or 7 characters that it could be after two questions. Alright, but let's see. Who's likely to win a killing game? Makoto's the protag. The protag always wins. I think Byakuya is a top seed because he beat all of his like brothers, and that's basically the Hungry Games. I think Kazuichi would have a high impact, but I don't think he would. I don't know if he would win. Himiko is fodder. She would just cry and die. Akane would be a high seed. The inquisitive characters tend to do pretty well. Aoi's pretty sporty. Toko dies. Maki is a killer. Angie, low odds. Celeste, low odds. Chiaki, low odds. I mean, maybe when we do, like, Guess Who, we'll just make it so there's no repeat questions. So, you can't just ask, are they a survivor? Are they male? And just, like, trivialize the whole thing. We'll just have, like, a no repeat questions type of deal for when we play. Like, we'll probably do, like, 3 rounds or so. Also, I don't remember Hungry Games enough to have an opinion on any of the characters. There's probably a goated character that I don't remember. Like Rue from the first one. I don't really remember her that well, but I think she was pretty cool. Chihiro. Probably D tier. They probably get farmed because they probably can't really utilize their talent in any meaningful way. Chisa, probably C tier. This guy, Probably B tier. Genocide S tier. I mean, I know of their existence. I don't even know what they even did, to be honest. I just know they did something, like they solved the mystery of the fucking second game. Literally, I didn't even know their name. I haven't gotten into any fangans because most of them don't get finished, and I'm like, I'm gonna wait until they're finished. I have seen Danganronpa Another to its completion. Although I don't think I saw the epilogue of Danganronpa Another 2. I got a little bored after like the conclusion of Danganronpa Another. I was like, I don't know if I care enough to see the whole epilogue afterwards. I made it. Am I late? Not really. BTMC dropped a new video. What is it on? What is he playing as of recent? I know Beast Troll MC, Beast Troll Minecraft. He used to be a big Osu guy. I also used to be an Osu guy. You are permitted to watch the Osu video. Nagito uses luck and win, probably. We'll get there. I don't think Gonta would win. I think that kind of gates him at C tier because he's not willing to kill anyone. Will Stetson is also previously an Osu guy, so I know Will Stetson. He has made a lot of tracks for Osu. See you later, Zernity. Thanks for hanging out. I'm like, maybe Gonta's like A tier, because there's probably a way that like they can end the conflict like without I mean, yeah, he's probably a step above Kazumichi. Great Gozu is probably S tier. Gundam is... I think he stands a solid shot. I don't know if he would win. Like, I would probably bet more money on Aoi winning than Gundam. Haiji's at a severe disadvantage with his broken arm. Hifumi loses. Hagakuri's mom. I think she could be pretty shifty. I think she's got a decent shot. Sayonji has like a little bit of a better odds, but I don't think she makes it far. Same with Ibuki. I don't think Ibuki could like kill anybody, you know? That's like the problem. I do think she has like super hearing. So, you know, she's got a little bit of an edge on other characters, but I still don't think she wins. Izuru wins. Jotaro, he probably just loses because he probably doesn't have his like mech. I mean, Jin Kirigiri dies to fucking Junko, but I think he's decent. Junko could win, for sure. Juzo could win, for sure. He's a top seed. Kaede. That's C tier. I think she has a will, but I don't think she has the X factor that a lot of the higher up characters have. Kaito, I think he would try to like buddy up with the super duper top squads, but they would probably betray this guy at some point. Tengen. Wasn't there like an old bastard in fucking Hungry Games and he like was sick? I don't think he wins, but I think he'll put up a fight. Kibo. I feel like they would exploit Kibo's. He's actually not that strong. I don't think he's that durable, and I don't think he's that strong. He's been like very intentionally nerfed. And they would probably find a way to exploit the fact that he's a machine. I mean, all the Monokumas, I think I'll omit, because they're like... I feel like they don't really participate in the blood sport, so I feel like they're kind of omitted. Kurumi, I mean, she seems pretty capable. I don't think she's a top seed, but she's up there. Ishimaru has too strong of morals to really make it far. But I think you'd make it like halfway. I mean, Koichi, he sacrifices himself for another, so I feel like that kind of is indicative that it would probably happen again in the context of the Hungry Games. I think Kokishi actually has a pretty solid shot. He's very much of the mindset of like trying to cheat the system. And that is a factor that does come into play in the Hunger Games from what I remember. Komaru, I mean, she's kind of like an underdog story. I think she's got a decent chance as an underdog, but she is an underdog, so I'll put her at C. Korekio. He probably knows a lot of things about, like, I don't know, being able to survive in the fucking wilderness. Let me get new jams. We'll do Danganronpa investigation themes. Hi, Mind Fuzz. Kotoko? I don't think she has a good shot of winning the Danganronpa Hunger Games. Munetaka, I mean, he's a... I'll give him an A tier. I don't think he's like S tier. Unless he has like his sword, which I guess they do get weapons in the Hunger Games. So actually maybe Juzo is actually... Nah, I'll keep him at A tier because he's a boxer, so he's very like physically capable. And Munetaka has like his sword in the anime or whatever. Leon, you know, he's skilled with that. That's worth something. But I don't have super duper high hopes for him. Mahiru, I don't have high hopes for her either. I think she's actually pretty low on the list. Masaru Diamond, I mean, he's just a little kid. Gekuhara, I mean, unfortunately she is like paralyzed, so the Hunger Games might be a little ableist. You are at a severe disadvantage if you are paralyzed, I imagine. Monica pretends to be paralyzed. I mean, she's a little sneakier than the others, but I still don't know if she would be able to get anywhere. Mikan dies frame 1. Well, she does have some... There's a potential that someone would intentionally keep her alive because she is the nurse, and that could be a valuable skill to have, but I do think eventually her fate is to die in the Hunger Games. I don't think she ever stands a chance. Miyu, however, honestly, a pretty high seed. Which is weird that I would put... Is she that much like better than Kazuichi? Like, probably not. I do think being a inventor is more valuable than a mechanic, because inventor implies, you know, you can invent a wider variety of things, even though Miu tends to work on mechanics, but like from what we've seen in the game. But I don't think, you know, her talent puts her in that box, whereas Kazuichi's is a little bit more limited. Mondo, you know, I think he'll be around for a while, but I don't think he'll make it to the end. Mukuro is a actual probably like number 1 seed. It's like the number 1 and 2 seeds are probably like this. Alright, you know what? Let's be honest. Izuru S tier. Hajime like is C tier. Nagisa, I don't have a ton of hope for you. You are still just a little one. Nagito, I mean, he's up here with the fucking invincible. Those who are fucking unkillable. Nekomaru. He's like, he doesn't have the bloodlust that I think you need to have in order to be at the top. Admittedly, why the hell did I put Shuichi up here? You gotta be A tier, Shuichi. You don't have the fighting capability. I don't know. I think Nekomaru could. I mean, he's very much a leader type. He's physically fit. Two good traits to have in the Hunger Games, I imagine, because you know people do be teaming up. But like, is he naive enough to get like betrayed? Maybe. But I think there's a chance. There's a reasonable chance that Nekomaru could win. Would Shin be in S tier? He's our unofficial lucky student. I mean, probably, to be honest. To be honest, he probably would be. Yeah, I never put 2 and 2 together, but yeah. The swordswoman uses a bat, and then the ultimate baseball pro uses a sword. They got fucking inverse weapons. It's a good assessment. Peko is a pretty high tier candidate. Rantaro, I mean, he's the ultimate survivor, so he wins. He did it once, he'll do it again. Ruruka, I mean, she'll get to the mid game. Ryoma, I think Ryoma is like, he's up there. I think he's got this. No, because he like doesn't. I think he could be top tier, but he has to get over the hurdle that is himself. So he has potential, but I just don't think he will get there. I think he's fated to die. Speaking of characters that are fated to die, Ryota Mito. Sakura's up here with the fucking giants. A number 1 seed for sure. Sayaka. I mean, Sayaka and Ruka are kind of a similar vibe to me. It is true that Ryoma has killed people with his tennis balls. Like, he took out like a whole mob of people like the mob. He took on the mob with his tennis balls. But I'm like, I don't know. Like, is he gonna get the ideal circumstances to like make that happen? And like, would he be willing to do that in this scenario? Like, I think he has the potential to be A to S tier, but I do think he's severely nerfed by his lack of drive. Like, I don't think he would have the motive to want to win. Just based on what we've seen in Danganronpa. Who's the main character? I feel like it's probably... maybe it's Rantaro. Because they keep putting Katniss into every fucking Hunger Games, even though she keeps winning. You know, she's already won like once. And then they put her back in for the sequel. So, it's gotta be Rantaro. It just makes sense to me. I think Seiko actually has a good chance. She's a little bit of an underdog pick, but I have a little bit of faith in her. Ultimate Blacksmith. I mean, this guy's just fucking... he probably is very familiar with like all weapons. So I think Easy Yoi, I think his name is up here. What's up, Maddie? Hachi Fujisaki. He will die. Actually, not instantly. He won't instantly die, but he will die. I know he's been in a bunch of things. Like, he's the voice actor for a character named Pocket in Deadlock, which I played. So I know Greg Chun has done multiple roles. I just know him most for Date. See, I never got that far in Demon Slayer. And I'm not sure who Gi-hoon is. Yeah, Fanta mentioned that he was Pocket, and I was like, you know, that makes sense. Oh, the English dub of Squid Games? Oh. See, I watched season 1 and I watched it sub. I'm a sub purist. Subtitles. No, because I'm not Pockets, so he doesn't voice me at all. Silly. But that is the character that I played the most in Deadlock, funnily enough. I think Samugi actually has a solid chance of winning. If she can, like, impersonate other people, she could really do a lot of damage. I mean, I respond to Pocket because I know that everybody just says my name wrong. You know, it's just, you know, I've accepted it. I'm not Pockets, but people just call it Pocket. Yeah, I think for the same reason, I think Ultimate Imposter could also be like Samugi. I imagine like it's hidden and then it gets revealed over the course of the game and you'd be like, hey, wait a second. You're not fucking PETA at all. And then, like, kind of same with Samugi. Teruteru has some value in being a chef. Like, he can cook a tasty meal. But that's really about it. Yuta would get to, like, the mid-game. He's ultimate swimmer, but, you know, if there's a body of water, maybe you can pull out some heroics, but otherwise, I don't think he's gonna win the whole game. And then Tenko, I think also C tier. Like, she is like physically capable, but also like Neo Akaido. The joke of Neo Akaido is that it's like a fake fighting style. That's like the whole joke of it. So like maybe they would overestimate her fighting capabilities and avoid her. But eventually when push comes to shove, she ends up losing because her fighting style isn't really that prevalent. Yeah, I obliterated B tier and E tier because I'm a 5 tier kind of Andy, you know. Because then if you have a B tier, then it's like, if you have a B tier, then both B and C are like somewhere in the middle. So I like having a definitive, like, this is the C tier is average, A tier is above average, S tier is like a top seed, D tier is like below average, F tier is like well below average, like no chance. So it's either I got rid of C tier or B tier in order to make it happen. Well, I guess I could get rid of like A tier or S tier, and I could do like A tier, B tier, C tier, D tier, F tier. But I like S tier is just a S tier, you know? This is our Hunger Games tier list. Our top seeds are Izuru Kamakura, Mukuro Ikusaba, Nagito Komaeda, Sakura Ogami, Makoto Naegi, Byakuya Tagami, Maki Harukawa, Genocide Show, The Great Gozu, Junko Enoshima, Juzo something, Munakata something, Peko Peko Yama, Rantaro Mami, and like Sonosuke Izuyoi or something like that. I have the Kokichi congregation in the chat. I might make this a shorter stream, so I might just do one more tier list. Because I streamed for a long time yesterday, so I'm a little tired. Okay, we can do, if you have a suggestion, Bluebell, you can let it rip. I do have one set of, I have a final tier list already ready. Yeah, I'm like, they tend to make like, even in like the Hunger Games, characters that are like inquisitive, like Kyoko, like tend to do well. So Kyoko, well, like not physically like top tier. I mean, I don't know why I really put Byakuya. Well, actually I did. I put him because he beat up all of his brothers, basically. Wouldn't that would be a good roommate? Dude, you're so right. I literally made the videos. So like that just makes the most sense. I'm the most qualified person to make that tier list. And it's funny because I thought of it and then I forgot about it. I forgot to write it down. Alright, roommate tier list. Akane. I mean, not a great roommate. Not the most, like, not the worstest. Angie. I think like a little average. There might be like some points where you're like, Angie, can you like stop being so eccentric? But like the vibes, she would offer like great vibes. Like as far as like interior decoration, like Angie, you want to have her for that reason. Plus, I don't think she would be like that lazy. Like Akane is leaving dirty dishes in the sink. Angie is gonna like, she's gonna decorate and make your room look awesome. Aoi is a pretty good roommate. Is she S tier though? I'm not sure. I'll leave her in A tier for now, just while I contemplate. Worst roommate would be Hifumi. Maybe. I don't want to be roommates with Haiji because he'll get the apartment raided. Dude, honestly, Teru as a roommate is probably actually pretty good. I think he's kind of a sleeper pick. I would put him A tier, actually. Because, like, think, like, you're gonna have bomb-ass meals all the time. Like, dude, that'd be so fire. I'm like, I don't know. Do I think he would... Can you, like, talk him down and be like, hey, listen, bro, I'm not gonna fuck you. Like, please, can we just live in peace? Like, would he be like, okay. I think, like, maybe. Did Teru eat his mom? I'm assuming that's when he became Ultimate Despair, right? Yeah, I'm like, I can see Teru being very pushy. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, though. This is maybe generous. I'm giving his cooking a lot of bonus points. Byakuya roommate. Pretty bad choice. I don't really want to get berated every day. Celeste also probably a pretty bad roommate. She would assign you chores constantly. I think Chiaki a little better, but still not great because she definitely has a messy ass room. Chihiro, I think if you left Chihiro on their own, they would have a messy room, but if it were inconveniencing somebody else, I think they would step up and they would have a pretty nice room. I mean, Chise Yukizomi, that's an S tier, literal S tier roommate, literal, like, wasn't she like the ultimate, like, or no, she's the ultimate homeroom teacher. Yo, where the fuck is Kurumi? Dude, that's S tier. Actual, the most S tier, SS, triple S, mega, ultra S tier character. I have no fucking idea. I guess for that, you know what, if I have no idea, I'll just put him in Don't know. Fuyuhiko roommate. My toxic trait is thinking that I could get along with Fuyuhiko. I think he'd be pretty hostile at first, but he might work his way up to like a C or an A tier eventually. But he would probably be like pissed at you if you did something that was out of line. Oh, you're so right. I do need to update this. This is the roommate tier list, and they were roommates. Gridra, do you happen to live with Byakuya Togami? Do you know by experience? Genocide show. Pretty bad. Toko canonically doesn't shower. So I can only imagine what that says about the state of her room. Gonta roommate. Listen, I love Gonta, but absolutely not. I can't. I could not live with that. Imagine he has like. He's gonna have like a box full of crickets in his room. You're gonna be trying to sleep, but then you just hear like. You just hear crickets chirping in your room. Fuck that. I couldn't deal with it. You guys might feel otherwise, but I couldn't do it. If it was like, you know, reptiles, if I was roommates with Shin Death Sickle, then I could rock with that. Because I could fuck with snakes, I could fuck with like frogs, I could fuck with reptiles. I can't fuck with bugs though. Great Gozu? I have no idea. Gundam roommate. It's probably actually just fine. It's probably just a standard roommate. He'd probably be like, Pockets, would you like to watch Fast and Furious 7 with me? And I'd be like, sure man, I'll watch Fast and Furious. I don't think he would do anything exceptional or anything. Well, you know what? I don't know. This is a very contentious pick because if he's the ultimate breeder, you're gonna have 7 cats, 3 dogs, 15 hamsters, 7 birds, 2 ferrets, a squirrel. It's gonna be like Noah's Ark in your room, which is, if you're cool with that, then this could be A to S tier. But it sounds like it'd be a little bit much for me. But I do fuck with Gundam. So I think Gundam has to sit at a C tier for me. Because I just couldn't handle that level of, like, I don't know, it's a large commitment. Although I guess Gundam would probably handle most of it, but it still ends up inadvertently being partly your problem. Gundam hits you with his fucking... He sicks a bunch of wasps on you and you get stung to death in V3x3. I couldn't do a Gundam roommate, I don't think. I mean, Hajime, he's just gonna be a good roommate. Nothing offensive, it's just gonna be business as usual. I think Hajime is pretty responsible. I can respect it. See, I do love animals. Well, actually, I'm allergic to cats, so that's already a big issue. Hifumi's gonna be a low. He's definitely low tier. Is he D tier low tier or F tier low tier? because he's taken up half of the room to display anime figurines and when we think about it, it's gotta be F tier because it's just gonna be it's gonna be degenerate. It's gonna look like Asmongold's room. Himiko's room? Honestly, I can't imagine it's that bad. But I don't... If you're like, yo, Himiko, can you like vacuum? She'd be like, eh. And you're like, bro, like, can you at least do that? Yeah, I'm being generous with Teru. It really is dependent on how much he would respect me. I do think it'd be cool to have like a room with anime figurines, but like it's not my figurines, so like, you know. But I guess I'd be able to like look at his, and then he would tell me, he would yap at me for 3 hours, be like, oh, this is Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage second mix. And I'd be like, oh, okay. And he'd be like, this is different from Hatsune Miku 15th year anniversary edition, because if you look at the pleating on the skirt, it goes in a different direction. And I'd be like, I see. So, and plus, he would just have a goon cave, and that's kind of weird if I'm rooming with him. I'd like to be roommates with Hagekure's mom. Next question. Actually, if we're taking this serious, I don't know. I mean, she's probably just like, I don't know. I imagine she's probably pretty responsible. Hiyoko Sayonji roommate. Not super ideal, but I think she would be pretty clean, and that's like worth something. Soda S tier roommate, we'll get to him. Like, I think Hiyoko would be mean to you, but I think she would keep her shit clean of her own volition. You wouldn't need to like ask her to do anything. Whereas Celeste would be mean to you and also make you do shit. Yeah, Ibuki is C tier because as far as room goes, it's like it's such a mess in there, but like it's kind of a vibe, you know? True, Hiyoko, like, wasn't she like stinky because she didn't know how to tie her own kimono, so she like so instead of untying her kimono, she just like didn't shower. I mean, maybe she'll still keep her room clean. I don't know. I would have to help her put on her kimono. That'd be kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, she's a little below average. I mean, Stinky is already a pretty bad omen. But also, like, I'm not her dad. I'm not her parental figure. That's just not my responsibility. Like, as much as I like Ibuki on a personal level, but realistically, I think rooming with Ibuki is actually down here because, like, dude, she be playing music all the time, like, on the speakers, like, it'd just be noisy. She would probably end up taking over, like, the whole room. Like, as much as I love Ibuki, I just don't think rooming with her would be a great time. I would let Ibuki bite me. I would not oppose to that. I think being as like factual as I can, I think Ibuki is kind of a low tier roommate. Love her to death, but it's probably not ideal. I'll put Izuru at A tier because I think he would bed rot a lot. He would just lay in bed and doom scroll on TikTok, and I'd be like, bro, can you like get out of the room? Like, I'm trying to record something, and then he just keeps doom scrolling on TikTok. Like, he'd probably be a shut-in. But that's like the only negative towards him, because otherwise he can do anything. Boafei, A-tier roommate. Jotaro, I don't know. F-tier. With that ugly-ass, volleyball-ass Domium. Jin Kirigiri, I don't really have an opinion. Junko Enoshima. I mean, honestly, like, probably not that bad of a roommate. It depends, like, is the despair, like, a given? You know? Like, are we guaranteed that she's just gonna try and corrupt your mind, like, the whole time? I think if she were just on good behavior, she'd be like C tier. But I think it's kind of a given that she would probably be a terrible influence all the time. So I think that kind of has to qualify her for the F tier. But I do think, you know, she would have a closet full of fits. I don't think she would be like a slob. I do think there is some merit, but you could argue, I think the negatives outweigh the pros like drastically, so I think she does have to end up in F tier just because she will actually ruin your life. That is her whole thing, is that she will ruin your life. So, like, you know, she's kind of gotta be F tier, but she's not totally, like, there's some pockets of light in being a roommate with her. Yeah, like, she would have clothes strewn all over, like, just draped over, like, the back of chairs everywhere. You'd be like, oh, that's pretty nice. But she would ruin your life, so she's F tier. I don't really feel like having an opinion on the DR3 characters right now. Kaede roommate? Honestly, probably a banger roommate. I do think she would try and get you to, like, do things all the time. And that's really dependent on if that's who you are. Would you be willing to do all that stuff with her? But, like, bro, she'd be playing piano. I mean, I guess it'd be A tier, because sometimes I probably just wouldn't be in the mood for that. I'd be like, bro, can you just, like, shut up? But, like, piano sounds a lot more tolerable all the time rather than Ibuki, like, playing fucking death metal through her amps at maximum, like, volume, whereas Kaede might just play a quiet little piano melody, and that'd be pretty chill. But I think Kaede is pretty up there. Roommate Kaito, I mean, these two kind of share a lot of the traits where Kaito would also be trying to make you do a lot of things, but I think Kaito would be a lot more, like, I don't know, toxic masculinity type energy that I just kind of don't synergize with. It's kind of crazy that we have a lot of people in the low tiers of roommates. I'm trying to think for Kazuichi. My gut says like C tier. I think he'd be like average. There's probably like some cases where he's using a drill, and he's drilling through shit. Your sleeving is just. You're like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? It's 8 a.m. Okay, if you would like to pitch, if you would like to make a case for Soda A tier, him being handy is actually a really good case. That helps a lot. I mean, even if, like, I think him being just as handy as he is, like, he doesn't even have to fix broken stuff. He can just kind of, like, almost like an alternate inventor type of thing where he can just, like, install shelves and shit, and he could, like, I don't know. He'd be buying shit off of Facebook Marketplace, and he'd be like, I overclocked the microwave, so now you can cook a minute rice in 30 seconds. So, I don't know. He's probably always up to some shit, but, like, it's usually a positive thing. Let me listen to Squibby's case. Compelling argument. You've made a compelling argument. He is someone who would, if you like asked him, like, hey, can you fucking, can you like do this? He'd be like, oh yeah, sure. Sorry about that. So I'll accept your proposal. I will accept it. I think if you asked him to clean up after himself, he would. But I feel like you would have to ask him often. Like, you would come home and there'd just be like, there's fucking shit just strewn out all over the living room floor, and you'd be like, bro, can you like please clean up this mess? And he'd be like, oh yes, sorry about that, sorry. And then he would scramble to clean it all up. I feel like you'd be telling him all the time though, be like, bro, please. But at least you would do it. Whereas like if you said, hey Kaito, can you clean this shit up? And you'd be like, bro, don't worry about it, I'll clean it tomorrow. Like Kaito would put it off. I think he would be cooperative, and that's pretty important. I think Kibo's honestly probably super fucking normal. Like, it's probably the most like normalist guy ever. except he's just a robot, and he's just like recharging. Need new mix. What if we just go back to the Somnium mix? Yeah, I feel like Kibo is just... He's just, like, pretty respectful. Pretty clean. Keeps to himself. You probably wouldn't see or interact with him much, but, you know, that's fine. That's fine with me. We'll just do our own thing. That's fine. Kurokuma is probably pretty bad with me. Ishimaru. This is tough. I think... I'm inclined to say A tier. Not S tier, though, because, like... I don't know. Ishimaru would be like... Okay, and then Sunday, we pull the oven out, and then we clean behind the oven. Like, he'd be doing too much, and we'd be like, bro, we don't have to do all this shit. So, like, I think I would bump him to, like, a C. Because, like, you know, he would care, but he might care a little too much, and it'd be a little overbearing. You know what? For me personally, I couldn't do it. I don't think I could. We couldn't coexist. You know, it's 6 a.m. His alarm goes off. It's just like, come on, we gotta wake up. The day started. Like, I think he would be very overbearing as a roommate. So I think Ishimaru would be quite unpleasant. I don't feel like doing DR3 characters. Kokichi, the man of the hour. The man who I was clickbaiting in the thumbnail. How good of a roommate is Kokichi? Is he average? Or is he above average? I do think objectively Kurumi probably is the best roommate. Because she's just so responsible and so capable. Do I think Kokichi is a slob? I don't think he's that bad. I would probably put him at about like a C tier. Like, I think he's a little troll. Like, you might come home to get fucking whoopee cushioned on the couch and you'd be like, bro, are we serious? Or like you walk through the doorway and you put like tape in the doorway and you get clotheslined by the invisible tape door frame and you're like, bro, grow up. But otherwise, it's not that bad. I think his room, he like had a bunch of like drawings and schematics and shit that he was like trying to like create for Miyu or something like that. I think that was Kokichi's room. It could have also been Miyu's room. I don't remember. But I don't recall his room being that bad in the game when we go and check it out. I think he's just like fine. He's just a fine roommate. Like, I think his pranks would be harmless enough. You'd be like, oh, you got me. You got me. You put the bucket of water on the door frame and then I got splashed by water when I walked in. Like, you got me, man. But I don't think it would be that offensive. I think he likes benign pranks, but I'm not a Kokichi lore master. So I could listen to, I could be convinced either which way. I think I could only be convinced to put him down lower. I think this is the highest he could be. Kamaro's pretty normal. I guess normal is good. If they're a little eccentric, then if they're like like relatively responsible but a little eccentric, then that puts them at like average. And then like a good roommate is someone who's just actually normal. His roommate was Payday Clown Lair. I don't even remember it. Crecchio's room would creep me the fuck out. I don't think I could be roommates with Crecchio. He'd be doing like seances and like occult shit, and I'd be like, it's 3 a.m. I'm trying to like go to sleep. I don't feel like having an opinion on Kotoko. Listen, I'm putting my biases are they're right on the table, right in front of everyone. This is just my truth. But I also kind of believe this. You know, I am biased towards Ibuki, but I can identify that she is D tier. I do think Kyoko is probably a pretty high tier roommate. Do I think she's S tier though? For me, yes. But I think she could very much like... She is low-key mean. Like, she would be low-key mean to you for like the first 2 months that you live with her. And then she warms up afterwards. But Kyoko's always been my guy, so, you know, I can handle that. She'd be doing background checks on you. Like, I'm sure she would call you on shit if like you were supposed to clean your room and you didn't. She'd be like, she'd look at you and be like disappointed. She'd be like, you didn't clean your room. And she would make you feel bad about it. So like, she would be a pretty stern roommate for sure. But I think I could handle that. She's getting bonus bias points. So I think she would be like somewhere between like A to C tier. Realistically, I think she'd be like A tier. Let's drop off all the people that I don't feel like ranking. Mono Kids, be gone. Natsumi, be gone. Ruruka, be gone. Ryoko, be gone. Santa, be gone. Sato, be gone. Shirokuma, be gone. Blacksmith, be gone. Who the fuck is that? Taichi, be gone. Killer Guy, be gone. Ultimate Spy. Good night, Zernity. Good luck at your tournament. Alright. Leon. Roommate Leon. I don't know. He's probably like C tier. Good night, Sam. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you at Kahoot. I feel like Leon's like an average roommate. I don't think he would be too bad. There are some things that like concern me, like, I don't know. He's just such a fuckboy that it's like, is he gonna constantly be trying to bring girls home? And I'm like, I gotta leave the house because he's trying to sleep with a woman? Like, is that what's gonna happen? Like, he's just kind of like not that pleasant of a person to be around, I feel. Like, I don't like him personally, but would he be that offensive as a roommate? I don't really know. I think he'd just be like, fine. Like, I don't know. I don't think he'd be the cleanest, but I don't think he'd be too bad. I don't think he'd be too messy. I think he's fine at a C tier. He's just all right. Mahiru, I think, would be a great roommate. I think she's kind of like a Kyoko type of deal. I guess if Kyoko's up here, then I think Mahiru would be up here as well. Because Mahiru also, as the ultimate photographer, I imagine she would have like a photography wall. Like, you know, she'd be a little bit more aesthetically inclined, and she'd probably have shit looking nice. He'd be messy and loud. That is true. He does want to be a rock star, so like he might have Ibuki overlap. Do I think Mahiru is S tier? Probably not, but I would probably put her in like high A tier. I mean, Terra is not like that high. The tiers aren't in order. Oh wait, I moved Terra down to C tier. I still want to keep him in A tier. Mahiru would insult me a lot. Yeah, I could see it. I mean, I feel like she has a little bit of a bias where she's much nicer to, like... In general, she seems a lot meaner to the guys and nicer to the girls. So I might be fighting an uphill battle, but I think she could be a nice roommate. B tier got blown off the face of the earth, and so did E tier. They were no longer deemed necessary, so they've been euthanized. We have to be... Well, actually, I guess we don't actually have to be divisive on this tier list, because C tier is the middle point. I feel like a good tier list either has 5 or 7 tiers. I think 7 tiers is too many. So I'm like a 5 tier kind of guy. And you gotta have F tier and you gotta have S tier. Those are like your core. Those are your core tiers. And then C tier is like, in my brain, that's like the average. Roommate Maki? I don't know. Would Maki be a decent roommate? I imagine it's probably not bad. Like, I don't know how much her, like, talent would really matter. Because it's not like she's gonna... Well, maybe she would have a gun. See, the thing with having a B tier is then you don't have a middle point. Your middle point becomes 2 tiers. Which, I mean, does have some merit, because then it forces you to get off of the fence. You can't be on the fence about anything. Because then, like, S, A, and then this B tier would be... These are all above average, and then these... Then C, D, and F would be below average. And you wouldn't have a solid, defined middle point. Which does... It does have the benefit of it forces you to make a decision where you'd be like, good or bad. You can't say, it's in the middle. So it does have some merit, but I'm a 5 tier Andy. It's true, her talent is fabricated, I suppose. She can be incredibly intimidating. She can be scarier than even Mahiru is. But I mean, we did put Mahiru in A tier. I mean, if she's like a scarier Mahiru and we put Mahiru in A tier, then I think her being in C tier seems fine. Yeah, as long as you don't piss her off. I mean, I imagine like kind of like a Kibo type of deal. We'd probably just keep to ourselves and not really interact much, which would be fine. Although I don't know. Now that I think about it, I'm like, if I'm like their roommate, I'd kind of want to be like friends with them. It'd be weird to like never talk to your roommate. That'd kind of be weird. But I think we could be amicable. My toxic trait is thinking that I could get along well with Maki. I mean, Makoto, he's just chill. Everyone, you know what? I'm gonna say it, bro. I think he's S tier. Because now that we're talking about, can you be friends with your roommate? Like, he's friendly. He's not a slob as far as we're aware. He's normal. I think he's S tier. And then I'm like, does that make Hajime S tier? Maybe. And then like Makoto, like, what if his luck happens to benefit you as well? Like, what if the rent gets lowered? Hajime's too sassy. He's got a little spice on him. That's for true. I mean, I don't think I want a roommate. I don't want to be roommates with like any of the Warriors of Hope. Did I rank Kotoko? No, I didn't. Okay. I'm not worrying about the Danganronpa 3 characters. You. I'll rank Ryoto though. I was wondering what this tier list was. And I saw roommate, and yeah, Kurumi makes perfect sense. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to do... I was gonna do, like... just have no context and just silently make a tier list and have everybody guess what the fuck I'm even talking about. Like, try and guess what the theme of the tier list is, but then I'm like, it could really be anything. It could be anything. I like Hajime's spice. We can reassess him later if we want. Alright, we'll do Mikan. Mikan... I don't know if I love Mikan as a roommate. She might be okay. I'm like somewhere between C or D. Honestly, if that were the... Where is Chiaki? Oh, we just assumed that Chiaki would be kind of a slob. Although, you know, I'm gonna make an executive decision, and off of the friendship vibes, I think Chiaki is very easy to get along with. So even if she is a little messy, I don't think she's that bad, because we'll be buddies. Okay. Good night, IDK. She'd be nice and respectful, but I don't want to deal with her apologizing over stupid things. Yeah. She's also very clumsy. Like, she might just like break a bunch of dishes on accident, which, like, I don't know. Could I... You know, I think at first I'd be like, how can I blame her for that? Like, she can't help it. But then after it happens the 5th time, I'm like, all right, this is getting kind of ridiculous. You know, I'd be able to understand that it's out of her control. She can't help that she's so clumsy. But I'd be like, bro, I mean, I know you can't help it, but like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is ridiculous. But I don't think she would be like outright offensive or mean, so I don't think she would be like D tier. Kaja's probably not that bad, but I'll keep him in D tier anyway. Miu Iruma roommate. She would be a lot for sure. She'd be a very, you have to really be like, you have to really be down for Miu. Kyoko overrated? I know. I know. It's a good thing this is my tier list. I would be roommates with Kyoko. I feel like Miu would be all up in your shit, which is cool if you're like, if you like Miu. But if you are like neutral on Miu, you'd be like, bro, can you like fuck off? Like I'm just trying to do me right now. I feel like she's like very nosy. She would always be like, she'd be always on some bullshit. But it's really up to you if you are into the bullshit. But otherwise, I think she does have some benefits, like Kazuichi, in being an inventor. You'd be like, oh man, like for some reason it's like, it's always so cold. It's always so cold in our like apartment. And then she just build a fucking space heater. I think much like Kazuichi, she would have a very messy like workspace, but I think she'd be way less apologetic about cleaning up after herself. But I do think there's benefits. She's kind of like a lesser, a more volatile Kazuichi, in my opinion. Because she can either be super like aggressive to you or super timid, and like she'll be accusing you of shit and you'd be like, Miu, shut the fuck up, and she'd be like, I'm sorry. Shit like that. But it could be fun. So I think it's passable. It really does depend on how you feel about her. Low-key, I think Mondo is a sleeper roommate. I think Mondo might actually be low-key A tier. I don't know if that's my bias. You know, he is aggressive, but I don't think he's actually like, I don't know. He's just very like blunt. But I don't think he would like yell at you for like, I don't know. I mean, he might be like kind of argumentative, but maybe my toxic trait is thinking that he would be like not too bad to get along with. Like, imagine you're Ishimaru, you're broed up with him, and he's constantly patting you on the back. You just gotta challenge him to a sawn-off, and then it's smooth sailing from there. Mondo would go hard with like some pancakes, some waffles, French toast maybe. Yeah, I feel like he's pretty like responsible. If you can get on his good side, I think things would be really good. But there is the, maybe we throw him in the C tier just for the sake of like, what if he's not? What if he doesn't like you? Like, he can either be here, like he can either be D to F tier, or he could be A to S tier. Like, he runs the entire gambit. So maybe we have to even him out with just a C tier. I think that's like the most logical way to handle Mondo. Mukuro. I think Mukuro would be a pretty good roommate. I should be like A tier. I don't really know her like that, but you know, she's not an active hazard like Junko is. And also, I think... Alright, let's just try and... Let's toss aside the bad luck, just for the sake of the hypothetical. I think, realistically, like, just being involved with Nagito is a bad idea, in general. So, like, let's just try and throw that aside, and just assess him on a personal level. Like... where do we think he is as like a roommate? Like, honestly, as far as personality goes, he's up there. He's very laid back, you know. I mean, it really depends. You know, in Dangan 2, he freaks it. But like, as far as his normal everyday life at Hope's Peak, and you're just like rooming with him during that, I think he's pretty normal and laid back, and you know, he's got some weird undertones, but like, he's got money, he's pretty friendly. Like, I don't think he's a slob. He's probably not that bad as a roommate. But like, you know, if you were his roommate, some crazy shit would happen where like the apartment gets fucking crushed by a tree, but luckily the tree didn't crush Nagito, only he survived. What good luck. So, you know, we just had to toss aside the talent for this case. But yeah, like in chapter 1, Nagito was like, he's like your boy. So I think Nagito is probably a pretty fine roommate. You could even maybe make an argument that Nagito, normal mode Nagito is like S tier, but he does always have that little bit of psychotic in him, so I think that gates him from being an S tier. Nekomaru would be a lot to deal with, but like, if you were into like going to the gym at 6 in the morning every day with Nekomaru, like it could be fun for some. I think he would probably want to cook like breakfast every day. He's like, it's important to have a good balanced meal at the start of every day. And then he turbo shits in your bathroom and he fucking eviscerates your toilet. But I think he's not too bad. Yeah, you do have to have 2 bathrooms. I think Nekomaru could be a lot, but I don't know. I think he would try and meet you halfway. I think he's decent. Peko would probably be a good roommate. Just straight up. I really don't see like any cons to rooming with Peko. Does that qualify her for S tier? Yeah, Nekomaru, he clogs his own bathroom, so he's like, pockets, I need to shit. And you'd be like, bro, weren't you just shitting? He's like, I know, it's crazy, bro, look at it. And then he shows you a picture of it, and it's awful. True, she is pretty cold. I'm like, she's kind of like a low-key the same character as Kyoko. I agree. That's why like Kurumi is exceptional. Kyoko is exceptional to me. I think what's her name? Roommate or homeroom teacher is incredibly responsible and caring. Makoto is a very good friend. It's funny that I put the homeroom teacher in here and I didn't bother to put any of the other V3 or any other Danganronpa 3 anime characters in there. As I had established in the rooming with Danganronpa V3 characters tier list, Rantaro would never be home, so basically it's like he's paying rent to not even be there. But otherwise, I think he would have like fucking dream catchers around in his room, and he would have like Rantaro would have a waterbed. I don't know why I feel like that's the case. He would definitely have a waterbed. This is my fucking treasure room. This is where I keep my treasure from my adventures. I think Rantaro would be a very good roommate. I think he was there was a combo where it's like Rantaro and someone else, and I think I was like, yeah, I'm picking the Rantaro room, honestly. It might have been like Rantaro and Shuichi, and I'm like, that sounds hella chill. I'll take that. Ryoma also bed rots. Who else was bed rotting that we had established? Was it Izuru? I mean, I don't think he doesn't have the highs that Izuru has. Rantaro would share his weed. He would hotbox the whole fucking room. Treasure! Yippee! I blew up B tier with my mind. We didn't need it. We have really bad, bad, okay, good, and really good. Mondo didn't get lower than B. I got bad news for you, Mondo, as a butter boy. I'll put him in C. I put him in C because, what we established with Mondo is he runs the gauntlet of being, you know, if you're Ishimaru levels of bro with him, then he could be S tier or A tier depending on how much you like Mondo. But he can also be combative and argumentative. So if he doesn't like you and you're not bros with him, then he can be D or F. So we felt like the logical conclusion was to put him at C tier because he can really be either or. He's either like your worst enemy or your best friend. I think in general, he tends to err on the positive side. Because we've only ever really seen him become super friends with Ishimaru. But who's to say that I'm Ishimaru to him? Yeah, my bias is Kyoko. Kyoko is realistically like A or like C tier. But I made my executive call to put it in S. I think Ryota and Ryoma I see the same way as like they both probably like don't ever get out of bed. I don't think Ryota would be a great roommate. I think Ryoma would be a little better. But I don't know if Ryoma would be a great roommate either. But I also don't think he would be like offensive. Ryota stays in bed, total turbo shut-in, which like isn't the worst thing in the world, but like I don't know. He's just depresso. Espresso depresso. Ryoma would make like protein shakes. Ryotad's just showing me the anime he made. You want to pay the full rent on your own. You do not want to evict me. You will let me sleep in your walls. And I'd be like, yes, I will pay the entire rent. You can sleep inside the walls. I will do all of the chores. Roommate Sakura. Where did I put Nekomaru? Nekomaru's C tier? I see them very much the same way, but I think Sakura would be a lot more respectful for like, she'd be like, whatever, do what you want. It doesn't bother me. Whereas Nekomaru would be very adamant about like, come on, we gotta wake up and we gotta go to the gym. And I gotta shit. So I think she's a step above Nekomaru. But her alarm is probably also going off at 6 a.m. This is the roommate tier list. This is how much you would like to room with them. I'm like, is Sakura S tier? I think she would be respectful. I really don't see like any cons to rooming with Sakura other than the fact that she's very like, I don't know. I imagine she's an early riser. She's very active, very dedicated. But I really don't see any con to rooming with Sakura. Like Hajime, I also don't really see like any con either, other than the fact that he's like a little sassy. Like, I think if Sakura wanted to, like, work out, she probably wouldn't do it at home. She would go to the gym or she'd go for a run and it wouldn't really be your problem. So I think Sakura would be fine. Like, I don't think she'd be training at home, you know? I feel like she would go to the gym to go training. So I don't think it would worry me too much. Whereas, like, Nekomaru would be hounding me to go to the gym. Sakura would be like, you're not going to the gym? Suit yourself. So I think I'd feel okay about Sakura S tier. I think maybe I would struggle to like... She is big. She is swole, so she does take up a lot of space. But I can't fault her for that. Roommate Sayaka, probably like C tier. I think it could be cool to like room with an idol, but I mean, she also is probably likely like she would also go to the dance studio to practice. But I do think she would be... She did dupe Leon. She did pull a scheme on Leon. Who's to say that she wouldn't scheme on me? What if she takes $20 out of my wallet? That is a really good point. The stalkers, potential stalkers coming to your house. That is a really, really good point. I'm like, you know, she's probably like humming a lot and singing in like the shower, and it's like, it might be like a little eye roll, but whatever. It's not, I'm not gonna cry about it. She don't need our money. But like, I don't know, what if she, I don't know. I can't trust her. She's proven herself to be untrustworthy, but she's not the most offensive. Although I guess stalkers does kind of like is potentially having stalkers show up at your house worse than like Kaito being super lazy and shit? Yeah, probably. It's probably pretty bad. But I don't think her as a person is that terrible. I do agree. I think she would have like her room would be decorated nice. I think she would be pretty responsible. She'd clean up after herself. Like I don't think she's that bad. Like as far as being like a roommate goes, she's pretty good. But the idea of like her having stalkers, I mean, I guess then it becomes where are we rooming together? Like, am I a roommate in her fucking private mansion? Then maybe the fear of stalkers becomes not a problem. But yeah, a lot of these characters, it is hard to tell because like someone such as who's someone that I can assess? No, we judged Leon based on his personality. We've judged most of them based on their personality rather than their actions in the killing game. I think as far as personality goes, she's okay. But there would be a certain level of distrust. But the thing is, like, what do I think she would do? Like, what would be something untrustworthy that she could do to, like, be a bad roommate is the problem. I can't really imagine anything other than, like, stealing. But, like, what would her motive be for stealing anything from me? I think she would be fine. I'll keep her at C tier. There's the worry about stalkers. And, like, I think just the worry about it would be worth something. But I don't think she's actually that bad. Stealing your heart. So true. I was inclined to believe that Shuichi he's just like a solid roommate. He'd just be reading. He'd just be keeping to himself. He listens to Pierce the Veil. He's got some fucking posters on his wall. His favorite musicians. Yeah, I think living with Sayaka would mean that her worries become my worries, and she's got a lot to worry about. But I think Shuichi would just be generally fine. I do think there's the possibility, like, if Shuichi loses fucking Kaede, like, Shuichi would know Kaede, and like just depressing bed rotting could be kind of like whatever, like not amazing. But I think in a normal world, he's probably okay. He is a little doomer, but so am I. So who am I to throw stones from my glass house? I think he would just be all around fine. I think you'd be like a little, I think it's the weakest link out of the 3 pro tags, or like 4 pro tags, I guess. Like, I don't think he has the initiative to like, he would never like want to cook dinner or like do like the chores, but if you asked him to, like, he would. I think he'd be alright. Roommate Sonia. I feel strongly about that. I think she'd be a good roommate. Like, this is under the implication that there would be no maids coming in. I'm sure if you're living with Sonya, you have a team of maids cleaning up after you. Same with like Byakuya. But we're judging under the assumption that it's just them and no other third party is getting involved. But I think despite that, despite having lived a pretty privileged life, I think Sonya would be pretty respectful. I don't think she would do anything that would be considered obnoxious. She'd be like, hey, Pockets, come watch this true crime documentary. And I'd be like, alright, sure, I'll check it out. I think she would be solid. Tenko? I mean, Tenko runs the gauntlet, right? Because either she would bend over backwards and do everything if she liked you the way that she likes Himiko, but she could also, like, be terrible to you. Really makes you wonder what would have led the ultimate princess to have to room with someone in an apartment. Hope she's doing okay. Exactly, like, what happened, Sonya? Why is Sonya and Byakuya Togami my roommates? They must have fallen on some tough times. But yeah, I think Tenko sits next to Mondo. They're kind of two flavors of the same. That's true. That's a good point. She'd be like, Makoto, do you use the Windex or the Lysol for cleaning the counters? I'm not familiar with these. Breaking news. Togami Corporation goes under. Togami Corporation files for bankruptcy. Tsumugi. I don't see any issue with Tsumugi either. You know, she might have a crazy, messy workstation with, like, having, you know, what the heck is it called? Sewing machine going, just like making her cosplays and stuff. But like at the same point, that's like a hobby that I think is cool, so I'd be supportive of it. I think cosplaying is pretty sick. And she gets to make me cosplays. Exactly. So I think the pros outweigh the cons, and also she would be respectful. Maybe not the most angelic, perfect roommate, but a very solid and respectable roommate, for sure. Togami coin down, dude. It's down 2,000%. It is at a new all-time low. The economy's in shambles. Yeah, I think Tsumugi would be a cool roommate. As long as it's completely isolated from the events of things that happen in Danganronpa. Ultimate Imposter. Really interesting one, because I don't really know much about him. Doesn't he, like, kind of help Ryota get his life back on track in the DR3 anime? It's like, I don't know what his true personality is like, because him in Danganronpa 2 was trying to emulate Byakuya, but I think he means way more well than Byakuya, for sure. That's what I was thinking. Like, the way that he acted even while being Byakuya was a lot more stomachable. Speaking of stomachable, your snacks. Dude, the other day, I was like, wait, last I saw there was so much chili in the fridge, and then I opened the fridge and the chili was all gone. I was like, damn, I didn't even get to have chili today. I was really excited to eat that chili later, and then chili was gone. That shit would be a regular occurrence in the Tugami household. You'd be spending a lot on groceries. But I mean, he would chip in. He would probably pay for most of the groceries that he knows that he's gonna eat. So it's like really not that big of a deal. Like, I think he's just all around a pretty solid roommate. And then Hagakure. I don't think Hagakure is a... I think Hagakure might be one of the worst roommates. He's always late on rent, always asking you for shit. He's probably stealing $20 out of your wallet. Hagakure is probably not very clean. He's just like... he's cooked. Yasuhiro is chopped. He sits comfortably in the F tier. That's my boy. You know, I love him. But, like, he's hotboxing the apartment all the time. I come home and he's got 4 of his friends over. They're eating pizza and smoking weed in the apartment. And I'm like, damn, like, you didn't even tell me you were having company over? Like, what the fuck? And he'd be like, want a hit? And then he passes me the booth, and I'm like, no, bro. Like, Hagakure might be the worst roommate on this list, but he is real. All right, he's a real one. I can respect him. He would let you join, you know, don't get me wrong, he would be inclusive, but I don't want the booth. I'm good. I really wish you would have just told me that you were having people over, because now, like, you know, I had plans and my plans are ruined. I mean, I'm gonna take a slice of pizza to my room, but, like, you know, I was like, I don't know. Oh, Hagakure. I mean, he would be he's easy to get along with, I feel. He'd be like, yo, Makoto, look at this TikTok. And then it's like one of those fucking AI generated videos of like a cat doing like kung fu. And he'd be like, dude, isn't that crazy? And I'd be like, yo, Yasuhiro, that's clearly AI. Like, it's not real. The cat can't actually really do that. Yeah, Hiro would be like, oh, I told my buddy that he could crash at my place until he gets off his feet. So then I'd have 2 roommates. Now all of a sudden I got Rantaro and Hagakure as my roommates. And I'm like, what? How the fuck did this happen? I'm like, you just decided that on your own? You didn't even ask me if I was cool with it? And then they're passing the booth back and forth, and I'm like, whatever, give me the fucking booth, I don't care anymore. It's me, I'm Makoto. I'm the self-insert. I have cosplayed Makoto. I did go to a convention as Makoto. So really, I am Makoto. But it's like Rantaro is like Hagakure, but more respectful, I feel. I mean, Hagakure would be the star of a fucking reality TV show for sure. Alright, let's reassess our list. I think if we're worried about Sayaka having stalkers, then that means Teru also has to be bumped down to C tier. There is merit to Teru, but there's also demerit to Teru, so he gets demoted. Let's see. Aoi seems fine. Mahiru, maybe a little cold, but otherwise good. Chihiro, I think on their own, potential slob, but in company of others, I think they would step up and be good. Komaru's just normal. Hajime's just normal. Kiba's just normal. Hiruko, you know, I don't actually have a stance on her. I have no idea what she would be like. She might just put cigarettes out on the fucking floor, and it could be like the messiest room of all time and be an absolute nightmare. Excuse me, I burped. Kaede is pretty normal. If not, maybe a little pushy, but sometimes people need that. Soda is messy, but very respectful, so it's okay. Mukuro is pretty normal. Nagito is friend coded. Peko is normal, if not a little cold. Rantaro is never there, which is a pro and a con. Shuichi is normal. Sonya is honestly just, she kind of gets like cute points. You're like, oh, like she doesn't know how to take care of herself, like, or maybe she does, but either way she'd try her best. Tsumugi, pretty normal. Tugami, always trying his best. He could even be S tier. Angie, I think the Atua bit would just kind of get irksome if I dealt with it all the time. Gundam, not only do you have a roommate, you got like 50 pets. Kokishi, a little bit of a prankster, could get potentially annoying, but otherwise I don't think he's too much of a slob and too offensive. Maki's a little scary, but could be fine if you are just on good terms with her. But I imagine it'd be pretty hard to connect to her in the first place. Chiaki, probably a slob, but friend coded, so she gets some bonus points. Mikan, just really pathetic all the time, constantly apologizing, but she would mean well. Miyu Iruma, a bit of a slob, very hit or miss for some people. Kind of same as like Tenko and Mondo, where you either have to just really like Miyu and be able to put up with her back and forth of bullying you and then going back on it, and you're like, this could be exhausting if you're not into Miyu. Nekomaru, he's gonna clog your toilet, but he does mean well. Ryoma, Division 1 bedrotter, but not too offensive. He could potentially move to D tier. Sayaka, responsible, respectful, but there's always the threat of stalkers. And Teru, there's always the threat of, what if he does something immoral? Akane, I don't remember why. I think we just assumed that Akane is a total slob. Fuyuhiko is just generally quite mean. Himiko is very lazy. Ibuki is probably very loud and also messy, but she is cool. Leon, I just don't fuck with his energy. I think he's a fuckboy. Kaito, he's quite pushy and also pretty like lazy. Ishimaru, just he'd be a lot to deal with, and I just don't think I'm equipped to deal with like him trying to tell me what to do, like him trying to fucking guide my life, like he knows what's best for me. Like, bro, buzz off, mind your own business. Korekio with his weird occult stuff. Ryota is actually an even stronger bedrotter than Ryoma. Haiji would get my room raided by the FBI. Akane would also eat all the food. You're so right. Byakuya is just outwardly mean. Celeste is also mean and would make me do everything. Genocide would... There would be fucking... We would get raided by the FBI. Well, actually, they never got caught by the authorities, but I'm good on having a serial killer in my room, TBH. Which, now that I think about it, Korekio is also a serial killer, so maybe you get demoted as well. Maybe I'm good on that. But I'm safe. I'm actually safe from Korekio, now that I think about it. So for my personal tier list, I can bump him up, because I can probably make do if push comes to shove. Hyoko, we've assessed, is also stinky. So is Toko. And probably Gonta as well, a little bit. Hifumi, you know, maybe not that bad. He's not that bad. He can move to D tier. You know, he is going to consume like 50% of the room space via like figurines and whatnot. And the room is going to smell like boy, which is probably going to be a little gross. But I don't know. I don't know what his hygiene is like. I guess that's a real deciding factor. He's also always going to be home. Like, him being the ultimate fanfic writer has no stake in my position for him. I hadn't really considered a ton of the talents other than like Terrors and Gundams. Jotaro, I just feel like his mask stinks, so he's in the stinky tier. Junko will ruin you. She's probably the worst of the worst. And as we established, Yasuhiro is a detriment to your lifestyle. He will turn it into a comedy show. For me, has the physical capabilities to clean off his body's surface areas. I mean, you're probably right. Like, just being like, as far as logistics go, I don't think he can get under there. I don't know if he can get under some of the folds. And I know for sure I'm not washing Hifumi's back. That ain't me. I would like to see Hifumi get in the bathtub. That would be pretty funny. To see him fill up like most of a bathtub. They should have put him in like the fucking sauna, like the little like bathhouse before the sauna. I would like to see Hifumi just sitting in there. He would need one of those. I mean, I guess if there's a will, there's a way. But is there a will? Does he care enough to do all that? I don't know. I don't know how if we can do it. That's what I'm saying. Like a normal bathtub, like he probably fits the entire width of it at least. Actually, he probably is. He's probably even further beyond. He is a double XL bathtub. That's why I want to see him sit in the bathhouse. I want the fan service, dude. Oh, you know, now that you mentioned that, 2x2 is gonna have different fan service scenes. Imagine like instead of the fan service scene being all the girls and being like, whoa, they're like barely clothed. Imagine it's like a yaoi a yaoi scene. Could happen. I was thinking about it. I'm like, Ultimate Imposter does have the bonus that he can disguise as you and like go to work for you. But then I'm like, nah, he's got his own life. I can't really ask him to do that. So I didn't consider it as a factor. But I did think about it for sure. Dude, I hope they don't use Despair Virus again. I hope the Despair Disease doesn't come back. I thought that was such a flaccid motive. Like, I felt so robbed of Ibuki because it was all something out of her control. I'm like, dude, she dies because unlucky? That sucks. Two by Two is going to be the Yaoi Murder Suicide Chapter 1. Hajime Nagito Die Chapter 1. Odd word choice, but sure. I'm speaking my truth. Straight from the source. From the sauce, from the source. I think it would actually be kind of awesome if there was like a fan service of all the guy characters. I mean, it would track because Komihina is such a huge thing. It would honestly be smart, really. The ship's already there. There's no use in like going against it. You can't fight against the ship. It's already here. It's already docked. It's already at the port. You might as well get that shit sailing. Like, just feed into it. Give the people what they want. Like Nekomaru in his Speedo, that's not enough. The people need to be fed. I personally prefer the fan service scenes that are like, it's like, here's Tsumugi doing like feeding Shuichi like a souffle or whatever, and I'm like, that's really fun and cute, like, you know, a little fun character moment rather than like it being, look at her barely dressed, wowie zowie. Because I mean, it's low-key weird at this point for me to like look at the fan service scenes because I'm a grown-ass man. So I'm like, this feels wrong. I'm out of the demographic for this. This is odd. But seeing them in cute scenarios together, I like. Like when Rentaro's being a performative male and he's doing Kaede's nails. Because it characterizes them in a cool way, and I like that. Wait, there's the Kaito's gambling problem scene. I didn't put Kaito in has asked you for money. He probably would ask you for money. He probably has asked you for money. Well, I'm not. Give me the Mondo fan service. Well, hopefully you get one by one. Danganronpa. One by one. I'm gonna start rage baiting, and I'm gonna call it Danganronpa 2-2. In the same way that people refer to Hunter x Hunter as Hunter x Hunter, I'm gonna call it Danganronpa 2-2. I wanna see Peebo's cheeks. Why? Why is that? UDG. Someday. Ultra Despair Girls 2. I'm like, would I play that? No. I would not play Ultra Despair Girls 2. You know, maybe. I guess I would give it a chance, right? Dude, imagine, like, after 15 years, we get a brand new, like, Danganronpa game that isn't, like, a remake, and then it's fucking Ultra Despair Girls 2. People would be pissed. They would be so pissed. Honestly, Danganronpa S should have just been way more unapologetic fan service. They should have done Asahina x Sakura, and they're making out. They should have Gundam and Kazuichi. They set aside their differences, and now they're making out. That's what they should have done. Yeah, I know people don't really like UDG, and I watched like a full playthrough, so I'm like, it was on sale for maybe like $3, and I'm like, should I buy it? Like, what if I need this? What if I need it for a video? And then I'm like, don't care. Not buying it. I think when 2x2 comes out, I'm making a giant bingo list, and on my bingo board, it's gonna be like yaoi fan service scene, Nagito Komahina yaoi fan service scene. That's going on my bingo board. Dude, I saw a tweet like earlier this week that said, oh my god, they released the Danganronpa 2x2 release date. And then I opened the thread, and then it says, me when I spread misinformation, and I'm like, fuck you, I fucking fell for it. I fell for it. I got the fell for it again award. The sauna scene counts. Oh my god, I can't wait for 2007 when it comes out. Oh my god. November 3rd, 2007 is gonna go crazy. Can't believe 2007 is this year. Feels like just last year it was 2005. Ooh, okay. I just remembered I gotta do my we're doing a tier list. This will be the final tier list. I gotta hide it so I can set it up first. This one has effort put into it. A small amount, but it is It is effort. Single use template. All right, so let me input my things. I had to take us into the void really quick to not leak anything. All right. Is this one it? This one's it. All right. Here it is. This is the tier list. Here, we have tier lists. Not the ones that I made. Although that would be even funnier. I can still do that. You know what? No, this is a setup for the next Danganronpa tier list stream. Where then I can put the tier list into a tier list and then tier that. They call me tierer. Alright. Now we have to enhance big so that you can actually see what the fuck is even here. So here we have our first tier list. This tier list, I'm gonna be honest, this is an F tier list. F tier on that tier list. Okay, and here we have our next tier list. I think this is this is an A tier list. That's what I was thinking. This tier list is our next tier list. We have our next tier list. Our next tier list. This is a 6 tier list. This tier list is a C tier list. Actually, no, it's a C tier list. Here we have our next tier list. This one has a dedicated Gundam Tanaka tier. Let me scan it over. This tier list, I can't even zoom in any further than this. What the hell? Alright. The Gundam Tanaka tier list is an A tier list. Our next tier list. This one's in Russian. This is a D tier list. And here we have our next tier list. This tier list is I'm assessing the tier list. This tier list is... it's A tier. It's okay. Alright, our next tier list. We have Gundam Tanaka and Hyoko Sayonji as the number ones. This tier list is let me zoom out. What the hell is going on? Okay. I know where we are now. This is an A tier list. This tier list. Our next tier list is a D tier list. Our next tier list how are you gonna put Genocide Jack in C tier? That's so wrong. Monica in A tier? I mean, I think that's bold. I think it's not bad. This is not a bad tier list. I don't want to put everything in A tier though. This is a C tier list. Our next tier list is I'm sorry, but this is an F tier list. Our next tier list I'm analyzing. Our next tier list is an S tier list. We have our S tier list on the board. Our next tier list they have a KYS tier. That's crazy. Our next tier list, really? They don't like one of their least favorite characters is Aoi Asahina? Is a C tier list. Our final tier list There's some questionable things in here. But everyone's tier list does have questionable things. Like, really? Junko F tier? You can't say Junko is F tier. Let me look at the spread real quick. Okay, I can put it in A tier though. So here's our tier list. We have S tier, A tier, A tier, A tier, A tier, A tier, C tier, C tier, C tier, D tier, D tier, F tier, F tier. Poop emoji. Alright, we did it. That's the Danganronpa tier list. And then where would I put this stream? I put this stream at... I think this is a... It's not a bad stream. It's not my best stream. Is it a good stream? It's maybe C tier. Maybe a C tier stream. It's a decent stream, I don't know. I would not be able to watch Go into his bug videos. That shit would freak me out. I hate looking at bugs. It's probably incredibly informational, but I don't like bugs. The Kokichi prank channel? That's pretty funny to think about. Chiaki making Minecraft Let's Plays. Saika doing dance covers. Kaito on Kick.com with his gambling addiction. Hifumi playing World of Warcraft. Hifumi would actually probably be drawing, like, art. I would actually probably watch a Hifumi art stream. Although, he's more of a fanfic writer. So it's more like... Maybe it's less art than I'm imagining. Although, he does draw, right? He's just, like, the ultimate, like, doujin creator. And, like, doujins, like, have art, right? I don't know. I don't know if Hifumi be doing art. But I watch art streams, like, often. So, there's a possibility that I would watch a Hifumi art stream. I think Angie's is a little more, like, you know, she's a lot more, like, physical media. Whereas I think Hifumi would be more digital media, and that's more up my alley. Like, I'm sure Angie's making cool-ass art. Rantaro's doing vlogs. He's like Casey Neistat. Gundam's doing like an animal rescue. Hifumi with the voice changer and VTuber avatar. I could be Hifumi right now. It could be me. Maybe I'm Hifumi. Ryoma would be doom scrolling on social medias. Ryoma would be giving bad life advice. He'd be like, just give up on everything that you ever wanted. It'll never happen. This life is fucked. And then Hagakure would be trying to like scam old ladies on like Facebook. Kokichi, or not Kokichi, Kazuichi would be like, here's how to fix your Toyota Chevy, your Toyota Corolla from 2007. Here's how to change the oil filter. Chihiro with like Texas speech programming tutorials. Fuyuhiko is just constantly just like mewing. Fuyuhiko's making like Joker fan cams. Nekomaru is doing like motivational gym videos. Mikan posts a video and then she gets fucking dislike botted by Hiyoko. Oh, Mondo's actually posted a video before. I'll find it. I'll pull up Mondo's video that he created. I have to mute this though so it doesn't play the audio. I have to make sure I found it. Okay, perfect. I fucking found it. Alright, let's watch Mondo's video. It's so cool. Admittedly, this isn't motorcycles at all. But this is just Mondo core. Where the hell is the Bad to the Bone riff? There it is. How many, like, skeleton skull, like, stick shifters are there out there? Phenomenal stuff. Absolutely sensational. Canonical Mondo. True. He would post dog videos as well. I don't know. I probably have shown this before on stream. I know it played a factor in my fucking Human Fall Flat video. I used the Bad to the Bone riff a whole bunch. Nagito food reviews. I wonder, is this gonna... Okay. No, I can go back to the music that I was at before. Yippee. Nagito sneakerhead. I can see it. It's interesting to think about what the characters of Danganronpa would be doing if they were real. Yeah, Toko's definitely arguing with kids on the internet. She'd be like, here's a review on Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. And then someone's like, bro, this book sucks. And she'd be like, no, fuck you. You suck, you little shit. Shut your fucking mouth. You don't know fucking media at all. You don't know anything. You're just a little twerp that I stomp out with my feet. And we'd be like, bro, Toko, chill. You just got rage baited. Like, it's not that serious. Genocide Jack posts your IP. Genocide Jack posts a picture of your house from like Google Street View, and she goes, "This you?" That was a bit that I was gonna start doing, where if I'm arguing with someone on the internet, I would just take a picture of a random street on Google Street View and be like, "This you?" and then just post some random person's house. That was a bit that I was gonna do, but then I stopped arguing with people on the internet. Leon would post him doing guitar covers. And then Hiyoko will also dislike bot those as well. Dude, sometimes, like, on people's short videos, if they're like a small, tiny little baby creator, people just write mean-ass shit in the comments. And I feel bad for laughing, because I'm like, it's so neat. Like, the comedy is that it's so needlessly mean and harsh. Like, it's unfortunately funny, but it's so fucking... It's so fucked up. People be mean in the comments of some people's shorts. Hiyoko's just gonna be a little demon to everybody. And just be the ultimate hater. I think it suits her. Alright, but I will probably wrap up the stream pretty shortly, because I'm pretty hungry. And I streamed for a long time yesterday. I'm pretty tired. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's funny, but I'm like... I laugh, but I'm shaking my head. I'm like, no, I shouldn't laugh. This is really mean. Yeah, this was a pretty impromptu stream. I had a couple other ideas, but I was like, with Kahoot around the corner, I want to give those other Danganronpa ideas more time. So, yeah. There will be Kahoot this Sunday at 2 p.m. if you guys are interested in playing Kahoot. It'll be a normal Kahoot quiz. So, it might be a little hard. There's going to be some hard questions, some easy questions. But it'll be Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This weekend. So, feel free to pull up if you'd like. If not, I'll see you again at some point. I appreciate you guys coming to the stream. Where's my music? There it is. But yeah, I always appreciate you guys pulling up to the stream, and hopefully you had fun, because I had fun. I feel like I should have had more tier lists ready, but I didn't expect to be streaming Somnium Files for so long yesterday, and that took a lot out of me. So I figured we'll take it easy and regain our power for Sunday. But yeah, hopefully you guys have a good rest of your night or day, depending on what time of day it is for you currently. And yeah, I'll be back on Sunday, and I'll hopefully see you guys then. Bye bye. See ya.